Hello, welcome to the U.S. Center. We will be beginning our program today shortly at 9 o'clock.
We don't? We do? So, Aaron? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to start our 9 a.m. event, breaking through the climate deadlock with clean energy legislation. Good morning and welcome to the U.S. Center on Wednesday, November 16th. Thank you for coming to our first event today, breaking through the climate deadlock with clean energy legislation, accelerating nationwide demonstration and deployment. We're excited to have an all-star panel for you today, and we'd like to invite them onto the stage. First, we'll announce our moderator for today, Heather McTeer-Toney, Vice President, Community Engagement for the Environmental Defense Fund, and the amazing panel that accompanies her. Please give them a warm welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this amazing panel where we're going to talk about energy, investment, and communities. And I don't think we could have brought together a more wonderful expertise group. And we were just all mentioning in the back how fabulous it is to have a group of women who are not necessarily talking about women's issues, but are talking about the energy and climate and all the other things that we are experts in. So I'm really looking forward to this. Along with me today, we have our Madam Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy, Secretary Granholm. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Next to her is Catherine Neby, the Chief Sustainability Officer and VP for National Engagement and Strategy at Duke Energy. She's also the President of the Duke Energy Foundation. Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks for having me.
Mary Powell, who is the CEO of Sunrun.
Hey, wonderful
Hello.
to be here.
And Libby Schaaf, Mayor of Oakland, California. So I think let's just jump right in. And Madam Secretary, this year has been a phenomenal year to talk about clean energy investment and just the things we've been able to do in the United States. Share with us a bit about not only the journey of what we have accomplished through IIJA, IRA, Justice 40, but also what this means for clean energy development and investment in communities.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Thanks for EDF's incredible leadership in making sure we get this through the legislative process. And now that we actually have, I love coming to COP armed with legislative victories to be able to trumpet and to be able to have as an example of what other countries can do as well. So super excited that this series of bills, and I like to call it the three bills, the sort of body of laws that give life to this clean energy economy. The first, of course, I use the bipartisan infrastructure law. You use IIJA. Honestly, I don't even know if we should be talking. All three of them are the Biden climate agenda. But the first one I really think is sort of the backbone because it allows for us to give direct grants to technologies that we know we work, but we also need to take to scale. And so that's number one, and I hope we can talk a little bit about some of those technologies because it's very exciting. So that's sort of the backbone. The second piece is the brains, which is the CHIPS and Science Act, so investing in the microchips, obviously, that are embedded in so many of these technologies, but also in the science components, the research and development at the national labs that are doing so much work on the next generation of these technologies. So that's sort of the brains. And then the lungs is really the Inflation Reduction Act, because it is the Inflation Reduction Act that really benefits them in the private sector. I'll be super interested to hear from both of your perspectives about what it means for your business plans, because what we're hearing is enormous enthusiasm for being able to deploy, deploy, deploy. That is our mantra now. It is as Karen knows, Karen Skelton, who is my senior counsel at the Department of Energy advisor, and it is really the season of implementation, as we call it. Now it's not just about trying to figure out whether we can get these pieces of legislation across the finish line, but it really is demonstrating how they will benefit communities. And so the community piece of things, so important, because these bills are going to create 1.5 million jobs over the next 10 years. And where are those jobs going to be? How are communities going to organize themselves in the face of these opportunities? And what does it mean in terms of justice for communities that have been either frontline or fence line communities and communities that are in transition from the fossil economy that they have grown up around? There's really specific provisions in all of those. You may be asking a question about that, so I don't want to jump ahead. But the bottom line is these bills not only help to repair the planet and address climate change, but they help to repair communities as well, which is really exciting.
It is. And you said two things that I wanted to really dig into. I loved how you described it in terms of the lungs and the brains of really how we're trying to move this work, and how that so closely relates to health in communities. And I'm going to come to you, Mayor Schaaf. I'm a former mayor, and just, once a mayor, always a mayor. You know,
That's
now
right, that's right.
That's the thing. Now we've got to figure out how to take what the Secretary just said and make it impactful and healthy to continue the health of our communities from not only a clean energy perspective, but also from just getting it done and what we see. How do you see this being impacted and deployed in Oakland, California?
In a million ways. And thank you for including mayors, because I'd like to think that we're the translators. We can take that alphabet soup that you just went through and talk about how it impacts real lives. Oakland, California is a blue-collar city. It has a working port, one of the busiest ports in America, and it has systemic racism and the impacts of disparities. So we are going to do what we always do when we do climate change, and that is lead with equity. And in Oakland, we have already received some federal government to electrify a lot of our terminal equipment so that the frontline communities that live up against our seaport, who have immoral levels of asthma, kids missing school because they have to be hospitalized for their asthma attacks, they are going to have less pollution in the air. You geeky scientists can call them GHGs, but I want to call it pollution because that's what a mother understands. And what I'm so excited about the Inflation Reduction Act is in Oakland, we've done our part. You know, we've used our legislative process to stand up a community choice aggregation. We call it East Bay Community Energy. That's already delivered, $125 million in savings for our ratepayers. It's already reinvested $50 million in hundreds of EV charging stations in apartment buildings and places where regular folks can actually access them. But what we're looking for the IRA to do is actually help us start electrifying homes, existing homes. And I'm going to talk about mothers again because I am one. I never realized that the stove where I cook the food to feed my children is actually one of the worst pollutants and contributors to poor air quality inside my home. And so I am so excited to take those resources that you just made possible and actually bring healthy air inside the homes, especially in the communities that are up against these industrial uses that have had the worst health impacts from pollution, which also are the worst climate impacts. So thank you.
Yes. I think that is a way that we have to look at this work. How does it meet people right where they are? The fact that we are talking about mothers at home cooking, people and children who are on school buses or have the opportunity to be on school buses that are electrified, and what that does for our communities. That's how we make it real for folks. And Catherine, I know you all are working to take even from an energy perspective and job creation perspective and really digging into that aspect of it as well. Can you talk a little bit about what's happening at Duke to dig into that Justice 40 element, making it real, the expansion, the infrastructure, because you all are doing some really interesting things that I know we'd love to hear about.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So if you'll just bear with me for 1 second, I want to just hit the highlight for those who may not be super familiar with Duke Energy. We are, by a couple of metrics, the largest utility in the United States of America. We have a commitment to get 95% of our Scope 1 through 3 emissions to net zero. And we are spending $145 billion in the next decade in our pursuit of that net zero ambition. 85% of that $145 billion is directed towards the clean energy transformation. And I love what you talk about, deploy, deploy, deploy. I have a less sophisticated framing. I say we've got to build a lot of stuff and we've got to retire a lot of stuff to get where we need to go. And so the heart of our success, I think about what needs to be true for us to deliver upon our net zero commitment, our net zero promise. We've got to tackle affordability, which the IRA really helps us address meaningfully. We've got to think about what are those next generation technologies that we need to bring into this generation so that we can start to rapidly get the technology and the innovation we need on the system as quickly as possible. And the IIJA helps us do that. And then I think about the communities, because this is really the heart of the clean energy transformation. It is how do we make sure that our success at Duke Energy is our community's success and our customers' success. So I think about environmental justice as being a front and center priority for our business. I also think about the just transition. We're retiring 16 gigawatts of coal in roughly the next decade. We have 1,500 workers today who work in our coal facilities. So how are we thinking about reskilling, retraining, finding a future employment opportunity for them at Duke, at an adjacent sector, et cetera? And so this is really, really the heart of our work. With respect to environmental justice, we're really looking at using the latest in EPA screening tools to help inform our community managers so that when they're out in the community that they're really equipped to have meaningful discussion with our communities. We are not going to come to the table with a solution on paper and say, hi, we're here, we're Duke Energy, we've solved it for you. This is really about showing up with open hearts, open arms, open ears, and a blank sheet of paper and saying, let's figure out where we want to go together and what the future looks like.
You know, the piece on making sure that we show up authentically is so critical to making sure that we at least try to get this right. And the job aspect of this and the entrepreneurial aspect and the new innovation aspect is constantly evolving and growing. And Mary, I know that is your happy space.
Oh, it is my happy space. It is wonderful to be here. Mary Powell, I'm the CEO of Sunrun in the United States, which is the U.S.'s largest provider of not just solar, but storage as well. We are the largest company in the United States of America in terms of providing personalized storage for customers, as well as we recently partnered with Ford on the F-150 Lightning so that we can also help customers have a Ford F-150 that can back up their home. So it is such a delight to be here with you today, Secretary, and with this esteemed panel talking about an issue that, yes, gets me excited and it's really important. So we are absolutely thrilled with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. For me, really, the bottom line is it is about fundamentally accelerating this customer-led revolution to new technologies that can not just transform lives, make homes more affordable, cleaner, resilient, but it also is about accelerating this customer-led revolution that can transform the grid. I was a utility CEO for 12 years. I was actually the CEO of the utility that was known as the most innovative in the United States of America. And we were known as being innovative because, frankly, we embraced this transformation to distributed technologies over 12 years ago. We embraced the idea that actually we can make the grid itself cleaner, more affordable, and more resilient by embracing personalized storage in homes, by embracing solar to generate clean energy for customers. And so, you know, one of the things I'm so passionate about, and I really believe is going to be accelerated, Secretary, by this amazing passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, is radical collaboration. That's what we really need. We need a whole ton of courage. Courage over hope, I would take any day of the week. Courage and radical collaboration to really drive and accelerate not just the transformation of all of these homes now that are going to have access to clean, affordable energy because of the Inflation Reduction Act, but then the ability to work with enlightened utilities like, again, you were just in Puerto Rico, right, where we are doing an incredible project with a virtual power plant. So again, to show that not just can these devices help transform lives, help people get off of traditional heating sources that are causing pollution, help customers get off of traditional vehicles and with electric vehicles, but really then fundamentally using that smart, controllable load to make a much more affordable, cleaner grid for all. So, yes, you can tell I'm excited.
Yes. You know, each of you have mentioned something that is so important, I think, not only to this COP and this audience, but to how we talk about transition in general, and that is equity. And thank you for raising that initially. Secretary, how do you see equity as being centered in this in the agenda, and what we can do to ensure that it stays centered and is a part of the deployment?
Great. Thank you for that. Number one, of course, Justice 40 is the president's initiative that says that 40% of the benefits of all of this spending, and it's going to be almost $500 billion when you consider those three pieces, has to go to disadvantaged communities, communities that have been left behind, to rebalance this. So what does that look like in practice? So, for example, at the Department of Energy, we, for the first time, are evaluating proposals for those who want to come in. So for example, we have $7 billion to create clean hydrogen hubs across the country. Now, those clean hydrogen hubs have to be evaluated. They're peer-reviewed by experts from the labs, et cetera. It's all, totally competitive. But as part of the competition, we require a community benefit. They're going to be evaluated on whether do you have a community benefits agreement. How have you considered how the community is a part of this, and what benefits are going to accrue to them? And then if they get points for that. So it's really trying to address, trying to insert some structural equity in a situation that often has structural inequity. And so that's part of how we are addressing. But I think one of the other pieces, and this is just sort of to pick up on what the mayor was saying, because embedded in all of this is the president's desire to lower costs for people, right? And of course, communities of color have a disproportionate energy burden. And so how do we address disadvantaged communities in this? And this is where I think we're going to need some help. Because For example, communities that have median incomes that are below the poverty level are going to get huge benefits for paid for heat pumps, induction stoves, so that they don't have gas stoves. They're going to have their redo of their homes paid for through this act. And so we need to get the word out. A lot of times people don't know what a heat pump is. It's what is a heat pump? Right? But I mean, a heat gives you heat in the winter and cool in the summer, and it's so much more efficient, and it's so much less costly, and it's so much better for the environment as well, because it replaces often natural gas stoves. So to be able to get $8,000 or it's fully paid for to have your home replaced with an electric heat pump, we need to tell people about that. We need to tell people what an induction stove is. People don't have any idea what is an induction stove. It just sounds like, a 3-syllable thing that doesn't make sense.
Does
right?
it cook
We
the
need-
same as my stove
or
at
even
home?
better,
Right.
or even better. So, but we need to get the word out about that. In addition to that, I mean, we got billions of additional dollars for weatherization of homes, and so energy efficiency at homes, going in and replacing your, leaky windows, leaky doors, your light bulbs, your inefficient appliances, making sure you have insulation in the attic so that you're not spending, which can save 30% on a person's bills. And then on top of that, the ability for those same homeowners to add solar panels and storage and have that be paid for as well. So this is like a whole home remake for communities that have been disadvantaged. But we need to get the word out, and from local messengers who can help us to ensure that people take advantage of that.
I'm going to ask the hard question now, and Mayor and Catherine, I'd love to hear your take on this. How do we convince people to do this and take advantage who don't own the homes, who are in apartment complexes, who are living in communities where, and I love all three of you to jump in where you see, I see the mayor jumping like, this is my space. But just, let's talk about the hard stuff that communities and people, and we're challenged to try to figure out, because we've got to collaborate on this. I think, Mary said that well. This is this moment that we've got to put it together to figure out these pieces. I would love to hear how you see the intersection of that from each of your industries.
Well, and I want to lift up again how the federal government has been helping us do this. So we've been using our job training dollars to actually hire young people from those communities to actually go out and talk to their neighbors. Because you think a local elected official is a credible messenger. Trust me, a much more credible messenger is someone who's not a politician, but is like Susie from next door, like who grew up playing with my kid, shooting hoops at the neighborhood park. So we actually, through an amazing nonprofit in Oakland called Rising Sun, have the program where we actually train young people as well as formerly incarcerated people to come back to their neighborhoods where they grew up and actually spread the word. And then we are also utilizing AmeriCorps. We've started what we call Climate Corps in Oakland, supported also by Governor Newsom's service commitment. And so we're utilizing trusted community messengers, as well as building up our incredible nonprofits, the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project, CBE, these are great nonprofits that already have so much credibility. They are the perfect messengers to spread this. And when you talk about the health benefits, that is what sells anybody. And that allows, if it is a tenant, it creates tremendous pressure for that landlord. And if it's free, someone's doing it for you, they're going to take it because it improves the value of their property.
Yeah, I would just add on to that it's just so wonderful. And again, a huge benefit of the Inflation Reduction Act are the adders. So, Secretary, around low to moderate income, and really accelerating the work we're doing in multifamily housing. So many people don't realize that solar actually has come to multifamily housing and the ability to pair it with storage. And we've had so many projects, and we already were building some momentum. But with the Inflation Reduction Act now, and as we look to next year, we're seeing dramatic acceleration of this work. So again, I feel like that is really going to be a huge part of, we've cracked the code in terms of how to do it and how to get it to tenants. And now it's about having these accelerants that are going to really dramatically turn up the volume, if you will, on this segment and really help us to bring solar energy, more clean, affordable energy and storage to those that really can benefit so tremendously from it. And thanks to great works like what you're talking about, again, through that radical collaboration, we can all make it go even so much faster than any one of us could do on our own.
The way we tend to think about this question at Duke is across three dimensions: energy insecurity, energy burden, and then energy equity. And when I think about energy insecurity, it's about the person who receives their bill and is really trying to figure out how they pay that bill today, a person who may be in crisis for whatever reason. When I think about burden, I think, and this is often the rental situation, where someone is kind of burdened with just a higher bill because their home may have energy inefficiency kind of built into it. And then when I think about equity, it's really, to me, about access. And so how do we ensure that as the clean energy transformation moves forward, we do not have the haves and the have-nots? On the insecurity and burden front, I can tell you Duke Energy offers roughly 2x our peer utilities in the South in terms of energy efficiency programs. So think about all the robust work that we have underway to help ensure our customers get their fair share of public assistance dollars to really help them when they may be in a time of crisis. Intense weatherization programs and other efficiency programs to look at things like heat pumps, et cetera. And on the access front, one of the places that I'm excited about the IRA is our opportunity to partner with our cities as they pursue funds to support EV infrastructure in their communities.
I've been walking around COP for the past few days, just listening to the conversations, and it's first very refreshing to come to COP, and the United States has federal climate legislation. So can we just give a round of applause for the U.S. and that's coming with climate legislation? Also listening to the conversation you just mentioned, cities, and the collaborations and best practices that people are sort of listening for, taking from, and the lessons learned from this. Secretary, what do you see as not only a lesson learned, but where we're going next, what this investment is going to spur in terms of our global capacity to really lead just transition?
Yeah, this is a really important question because even with all of the great legislation that we have, the U.S.'s carbon reduction goals are not going to be fully what we want them to be without the partnership at the city and state level. And so we will get to about 40% reduction in GHGs in carbon pollution by 2030. But that's only 40%. Our goal is to get to 50% by 2030. That extra 10%, we're going to be partnering with state and locals to make sure that that happens. And they have an incentive to move in that direction too. There's a lot of incentives at the local level for this to happen. In fact, yesterday we just announced $250 million revolving fund through our state and community energy program, which is a new program that was set up under the bipartisan infrastructure law, so that cities can help. It's a revolving fund so that cities can access to be able to pursue further efficiencies in city buildings, but also in residential buildings as well. So continuing to count and to lean on the state and local to be able to meet those goals is incredibly important for the Biden administration, and it's incredibly important, I know, at the local level.
Absolutely. Mary, what do you see as the innovation? What's spurring in your mind is what this investment is going to turn into?
I mean, so many things.
I love it that we can all respond to both. Go ahead, Mayor.
Sorry, I thought you said mayor, not Mary. You 20 heads will snap in this room if you keep on calling out mayor.
I know.
But when I think of innovation, I think of, first of all, the solar industry, which Oakland is very proud to be home of, including an accelerator and innovation hub for solar. I think of companies like Ohm Connect is a Oakland-based company that actually pays people to, at times when our grid is stressed, turn off their energy, reduce their energy use. Individuals, talk about an equity-driven company. You can make money just by turning off your electricity at the moment where it literally can keep California from having to fire up a dirty coal peaker plant. It is literally a virtual peaker plant made of people. Talk about people power. That is like literally people power. And then the last thing that I see that I really want to see, because mayors see the interconnectivity of everything, I'm very focused on our opportunities with buildings, because we have a housing crisis in California. And to the extent that we can not only create cleaner buildings that are not polluting or emitting, but also meet our housing needs with cheaper materials, that go up faster, that is something that would be a win-win-win in my book. Now, Mayor Mary.
Mary, I want you to take that and even multiply it a bit more and talk about, this impact now to global energy markets. I mean, this is a tremendous investment that could have
Tremendous, yeah. I mean, and from an innovation perspective, building on what the mayor said, I mean, that is always been our vision, right? Is how do we really help not just accelerate this customer-led revolution to a way more resilient, affordable way to generate, store, and use energy, but to do it in a way that actually makes it easier and easier for the customer. So really what we're doing is we're also putting smart panels in people's homes, right? So that actually they never even have to worry about when is the energy needed by the grid. All they need to know is that they're taken care of for what they need in their own home, and we can then aggregate all of that smart load and make it usable to the grid. So again, a lot of the things I'm excited about are the vehicle to grid, the advances that we're seeing. I mean, what Ford is doing is just so remarkable. We've seen tremendous uptake in people wanting that bi-directional charger. So that kind of innovation is just going to continue to be built on, and so that we're going to ultimately really get to this future where, Secretary, to your point, like, I want to have it easy for customers, right? I don't want customers to have to worry about, oh, should I get this or this, right? We're really in the business of packaging all of that together for them and doing it all for, like, I always feel like a TV commercial when I say this, but wrapping it all together with like one easy payment that makes it, but seriously,
that's really important. That makes a tremendous difference.
It really does. That as a utility, I did that work so many years ago to, again, make it super easy. Get all of this transformation done. You don't have to have any money down, and you make one easy monthly payment.
And it's cheaper than your normal bill.
And it's cheaper, yes.
Make sure you say that.
I was going to say, yeah, I know. I was like not wanting to emphasize that too much, but it's so true. And then you pay for all of this with your other energy savings, your fossil savings, your utility savings, and then where we also get to help the utility, because again, like, we need the utilities. We need the utilities to be successful. Where we get the other innovation is we get to work together. And actually, we're doing a cool program with Duke, right? So we get to work together to then provide all of this smart, controllable load back to Duke so that they can run the grid more effectively. Like, that's why I talk about radical collaboration so much, because the technologies exist. There's going to be more innovation. We just got to get moving. We just got to do this and implement it. And the Inflation Reduction Act is such an incredible accelerant.
So, Mayor Shaft and Secretary, how do you see that message playing out? I'll give you an example. Looking at utility bills, if people in my community in Greenville, you get a utility bill and you see at the bottom of it, here are the things that you can do to reduce your electric bill. Unplug your microwave. Let go or unplug your coffee pot when you're on vacation. And people from my community would be like, that's not nice. I'm not going around to unplug my coffee pot for 2 cents. But what we're talking about right here is real, like, transformative reductions. How do we get people, or what messages, or what should we go back and say to families to say, no, it's not you just unplugging your coffee pot. We're talking about really reducing the cost of your light bill.
Can I just say, I'm going to jump in on this because I was just at a house in Southern California where they had done it all. They had weatherized, they had put solar panels on, the person had installed an induction stove, they were driving a Chevy Bolt, and they were plugging it in. Their utility bill was $0. And that includes fully charging the car. So they paid no gas, made no money for gas, no money for electricity, $0. Now, to me, if you tell somebody who's energy burdened that you won't have to pay a bill, essentially, if you do the stuff that really buttons you down. And by the way, on the gas, I mean, if people could afford, this is part of why the technology and the innovation is so important, to continue to drive down the cost of electric vehicles, right? The biggest part of electric vehicles is the battery, and the battery prices have dropped about 80% over the past decade, but we are continuing to drive technological innovation to bring that down. But there are about 27 models right now where you can buy an electric vehicle that's under $30,000. All right, so if you buy an electric vehicle under $30,000, or if you get a used electric vehicle, you can get a $4,000 credit because of the bipartisan infrastructure law off the top at the dealership. If you get a new electric vehicle, say, you buy a Chevy Bolt, it's about $29,000 MSRP. Now you get $7,500 off the top. So now you have $22,000 for a new vehicle. You know what you save? I mean, it's insane how much money you save by driving an electric vehicle.
I almost feel like we need to do an initiative that says, deploy this bill, have no bill. Like, it's right.
I love it.
Like, we really need to get this messaging out. But will that work in Oakland, California?
Well, I want to just lift up, sometimes we have to battle this idea that, like, all this environmental stuff is like hippie stuff. Like, that's for those white hippie folk. And so one of the partnerships I'm really excited about that our East Bay Community Energy, our community choice aggregator, is engaging in is a partnership with our Children's Hospital. And so they literally are going to homes where the children are undergoing treatment for different health issues that would benefit from better quality indoor air. And so talk about, when people will do anything for the well-being of their children, for the health of their children. And so I actually think that is an awesome way to actually integrate the transformation of the living space. And then you're building that awareness. And then those parents are going to start demanding it in their schools, in their rec centers, in their libraries. So I think that is kind of the message we're going to go through that also satisfies our equity priorities.
I see you, Catherine, and I'm actually thinking maybe you can answer this question in your answer. How do we pull the next generation along? Generation X showed up in ways. Generation X with Z's next. I think I have my son is 6. And they said he's in Generation Alpha. So I'm trying to get the alphabets together. But how are we encapsulating like all of this innovation to keep encouraging this next generation who's clearly very vested and involved in climate and energy transition?
Well, I think one of the key takeaways for me with this conversation is something that I think we all know to be true, which is the energy sector today is being wildly disrupted. And with disruption, some people get scared. I see opportunity, I see innovation, I see acceleration. So I think it's an incredibly exciting time. As we were also talking, I feel like we sometimes inadvertently play into the narrative that, yes, we need the clean energy transformation, but what is going to be the cost of that build? And we wanted to kind of flip that conversation a little on its head. And so we asked a consulting firm to take a look at our $145 billion investment, 85% of which over the next decade is going to clean energy, and say, what are the benefits of the clean energy transformation? And when we flipped it, we looked at our 145 capital plan, which is an investment in our community, and we found that that's going to generate around $250 billion in economic output. So I'm talking about real jobs. I'm talking about other economic benefits that are going to accrue directly to a community. And then when you add in the incentives that the government is providing, this to me is just, it's adding up to a really big number. I'm tired of cops, so I can't actually do that math in my head right now. So that's kind of how I think about it. And when I talk to the Zers, I was out at a panel a couple of days ago where I was told I was not a youth and I needed to speak on behalf of the grown-ups. And that was, y'all, that was a moment for me. But I, you know, this is, when I see disruption and innovation, if I'm a Generation Zer, that's the field I want to go into. I want to solve big, thorny problems where there's an answer at the end.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I'm so encouraged by, you know, frankly, is I feel like, again, we have generations now that are growing up knowing that, like, they don't view actually these technologies as disruptive. They view them as duh. Like, we definitely want to move in this direction. And so, you know, one of the things that I've gotten so encouraged by over the last year is, as, you know, as so many companies struggled with labor, for instance, we've had literally hundreds of candidates for any position we've had open. Literally hundreds. And that really speaks to me of the power of this transformation. It gives me great hope that actually these next generations, because a lot, like when I'm a boots on the ground leader, I'm out and about across the country wherever we have customers and employees, and you know what I hear over and over again is, I left fill in the blank. Like, I wanted to work for a company that was having an impact, you know, and that was really powerful to me, and it really gave me, you know, such great confidence that, again, like so many transitions, the ones that actually get the most stuck on them are actually the older ones. Like, you know, it is like they're ready, they're wanting this, and they're wondering why it's taking us so long to move a lot faster.
Yeah. You know, one thing we don't have is a lot of time. We have to move urgently.
Are you talking about this panel? Is that true?
Both, even though, but you know, just in order to really deploy a lot of the initiatives that we're all talking about and be effective, there isn't a lot of time to do this. And at the same time, there's a saying we have, you know, that the energy transition wants to move at the speed of light, but communities move at the speed of trust. What do you see as the barriers we need to overcome in order to move efficiently and build trust at the same time? Just, you know, some barriers that we need to look at how we break down.
Yeah, I think this issue of trust is so important. I really like that phrase, that communities move at the speed of trust, which is why it's not about doing something to a community, it's doing something with a community. And to the mayor's point, it's not about the politicians necessarily, although sometimes you've got to overcome resistance at the politician level, but really working with the community organizations that are trusted on the ground. Who is the proxy organization that you can work with that has that trust and that can communicate in a way that really distributes the energy that you want to see distributed? We're having this conversation in Puerto Rico, for example. You appreciate that the president just appointed me the Department of Energy to help rebuild the electric grid, because it's insane that 5 years after Hurricane Maria, 5 years, there has been $12 billion allocated to rebuild the grid, and yet only $175 million has actually been spent. What is the problem? Well, there's problem at the local level with bureaucracy, there's problems at the federal level with bureaucracy, and we have to make sure that there is trust at the local level to be able to do the distributed energy build-out that we want. And so at all levels, you have to build that, but I think to Mary's point, you got to go in there with a sense of not just hope, but courage. This is not about necessarily respect. This is not about respecting the process that exists. It's about respecting the people on the ground who simply want to turn the lights on, for Pete's sake, and busting through what has existed in order to accelerate what the people need. And so that, to me, that trust on the ground is absolutely fundamental.
How have you all been able to do it?
So I kind of approach this that if you listen, the answer usually presents itself. I find when you sit down with community members, I come from a nonprofit background, with nonprofits, with others, and you're just quiet, people will often identify the problem and brainstorm with you what they need in terms of a solution. And then it's through that dialogue that you can usually arrive at some kind of forward progress. I will say one of the other things that we have heard, I was sharing with you yesterday, we did a series of environmental justice kind of roundtable conversations across the territories we serve, and what we heard was, yes, environmental justice is an issue. I also want to learn more about the energy sector, and I want to participate in the energy sector because that's a good sector to be in terms of jobs, et cetera. And so I said, I can't solve all of that at once, but what I can do is address a component of that ask, which is jobs and job creation. So as someone who oversees the Duke Energy Foundation, have been looking at finding community colleges in our service territory where we can really stand up programs that recruit and train minority populations and bring them into the energy sector, into kind of really good jobs in the energy sector. And so really trying to be responsive. Is that the silver bullet? Have I solved anything? No. But have I taken a step in the right direction? I sure hope so.
Mary?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. You know, from my perspective, one of the reasons I focus a lot on courage and radical collaboration is because, honestly, in my experience doing some very deep community-based transformation work, making Rutland, Vermont the solar capital of New England, by working closely with the community, I actually feel like a lot of communities I've worked with, they have very busy lives. People have very busy lives, right? And I think a lot of the trust comes from the mixed messaging they hear from all of us. I mean, so honestly, a reason I focused a lot on radical collaboration is because I find that when you actually have the utility, the disruptor, the mayor sharing the same objectives and actually saying the same thing, guess what? You get greater trust in the communities you're working with. I think a part of the problem is people are hearing very disparate messages. And so, again, my experience of accelerating things, moving fast, doing things that really benefit customers and communities is so much around getting alignment of the key stakeholders, and then that builds trust with the communities.
And I'll just add to that, we talked about moving, doing things to the community, to doing things with the community, and I want to take it to one more level, doing things by the community. And, I already lifted up the example of the Rising Sun project where they actually educate. It's actually job training. They actually call it the greenhouse call. I think that's very cute. But one other thing I want to lift up is the state of California actually passed a law requiring communities that are most impacted by pollution to develop their own pollution plans. And so this is not just with the community, it's literally by the community. And I'm very proud. The very first one that the state of California did was in West Oakland. Again, that frontline community next to our port, very, very impacted by systemic racism. And this plan was by the community. And they had some innovative ideas, and I'll just share one. They have a new logistics warehouse that is serving the port. And they're asking them to put solar on the roof of the industrial building. The amount of solar that those panels are going to produce is more than the actual company can use. It's enough to actually power all the homes within a 3-mile radius. So they're getting free solar, not even from their own roofs, their neighbor's roof. That was their idea. So that is, I think, the next frontier by the community.
I love that, by the community. And as we wrap up this absolutely outstanding panel, how do we keep ourselves accountable? You know, how when we leave here are we going to keep ourselves accountable to not only the deployment but to this energy transition that I think we've all committed, invested so much to, and that the United States has really put a lot on the line for, and we need to make sure it really happens. As we have only a few moments left here, if each of you would just take a minute and speak to how do we manage and make sure that we stay accountable to this?
You know, I just hope the next COP I go to, we spend less time talking about goals and plans and more time talking about accomplishments, and so that we can share what has actually worked and we can focus on what has actually worked. So less goals, more accomplishments.
Ditto that. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, again, when you first were asking, I was thinking, oh my gosh, I feel like I look so tired because I feel like I feel very uber accountable. So the good news is I feel like I work with an organization of 12,000 people that wake up every day feeling accountable for this transition. So, you know, I feel like, again, it's all about, like, what are we actually doing and looking at what is actually being accomplished every single day, every single week. And that's, you know, that is absolutely how I know I hold myself accountable, because, you know, good ideas are a dime a dozen. It's actually execution that is rare, and execution is what we need.
I'm a big believer that trust begins with transparency. So working to disclose all the information that we possibly can on our aspirations, our goals, the progress we're making towards them. If we miss a goal, why we missed that goal, how we're thinking about not making that mistake again, what we've learned from it, where we exceed a goal, understanding why we maybe set the bar a little too low for ourselves. So really, really being as open, honest, and transparent as we possibly can in a variety of venues. And I really look to our customers, to our communities, to our regulators, to our policymakers to hold us accountable and say whether or not we're going fast enough, far enough, and what they'd like to see from us next.
Just to build on that and to foot stomp, I mean, my boss, the President of the United States, has put forward super clear goals. 100% clean energy by 2035, net zero by 2050. We are utterly transparent. All the NGOs are going to benchmark. Are we moving in the direction? Are we achieving these goals? What's the percentage of our energy we're now getting from solar? What's the percentage we're now getting from wind? Where are we at? And ultimately, the accountability is with the people who hired the president, right? I mean, he's hired by them. He and all of us who are working under his administration, we can be fired by them. That's the ultimate accountability. My only hope is that ultimately, but by 2035, there will be changes in leadership, clearly, that whatever those changes in leadership do not swerve us in a different direction, because we are now headed on a trajectory of 100% clean electricity by 2035. Let us keep in that direction.
It has been amazing, delightful, and simply a joy and a pleasure to be on this stage with each of you. And I really want us to all leave with, and I hope the audience leaves with, something that was said in the very beginning, and that is the collaboration that exists, I think, on this stage between cities, private industry, utility, the federal government, NGOs, philanthropy. It really is going to take all of us doing exactly what we did here today, talking through it, thinking about the different ways that we can do this work, but then, you know, as you said, just making it plain and keeping it accountable, and just let's go out here and get this done. Thank you so much for being on this panel, and thank you to the U.S. for hosting this conversation. I definitely think we have a couple of things to go back home and do and look forward to next year. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you so much to our panel, and thank you to the audience. Let's give it up one more time for them. And stick around because at 10 a.m. we have another event, Electrifying Government Fleets, Zero Emission Government Fleet Declaration. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking time to come to that 9 to 10 a.m. event. We actually have another exciting event starting right now here at the U.S. Center. Please stick around, grab your seats. We're about to start in 1 minute for a big, exciting last-minute announcement. Grab your seats for this exciting announcement starting in just 1 minute.
Hello and welcome to Electrifying Government Fleets, Zero Emission Government Fleet Declaration. And now I'd like to welcome to the podium Caroline Nguyen, Director for Public Sector Engagement and Global Public Sector Partnerships at the White House Council on Environmental Quality. Please give her a warm welcome.
Good morning, and welcome to this event on the Zero Emission Government Fleet Declaration. My name is Caroline Nguyen from the White House Council on Environmental Quality, and this event focuses on how the government can leverage its footprint and procurement power to catalyze the broader clean transportation transition in the economy, including in areas for which there's not readily available technology yet. I'm really pleased this morning to be able to introduce Andrew Mayock from the White House. Andrew Mayock is the Federal Chief Sustainability Officer for the United States, and we're also delighted to welcome Minister Vivian Heinen from the Netherlands, where she is a Minister for the Environment. Andrew, welcome.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you everyone who is joining us here today. We're really excited about this event and the new joiners of the Declaration. So we're welcoming Netherlands and Sweden, as Caroline mentioned, to the Zero Emissions Government Fleet Declaration. And that was launched at the Clean Energy Ministerial in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, just recently in September. And we were joined in September by the following countries: Australia, Canada, Germany, Israel, New Zealand, Norway, and the United States is the host. The declaration itself states two things. One is a commitment by the governments that are signing on to 100% zero-emission light-duty vehicles by 2035. And a goal is the second commitment of 100% acquisition of medium and heavy duties by 2035. And as Caroline just noted, the point here is for governments to lead by example, for governments to give that market signal that not only in light duty, but in medium heavy duty, we're leading the way and we're going to deliver on the clean energy economy transition. And what we've seen from a United States perspective, to share this, and we've made similar commitments prior to the declaration to transform our federal fleet of vehicles. That federal fleet numbers over 640,000 vehicles, the largest fleet in the world. And President Biden made that commitment from day one to electrify that fleet, and that was part of his overall strategy to transform the economy and to help join world leaders in the transformation as well. And so what we've seen in the 2 years when it comes to transportation, and it comes to investment and catalyzing the markets, is billions and billions of dollars in the United States, billions of dollars of investment in battery factories, in vehicle manufacturing, in the infrastructure manufacturing, from countries all over the world coming to the United States to invest and to build. And so we couldn't be more excited about that, and that goes directly to the work that we're doing today. And so, as noted by Carolyn too, we are joined by Minister Heinen, and so pleased that you join us today and your country joins us today in the Declaration. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much for the kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, also my compliments to the United States for launching the Zero Emission Government Fleet Declaration. And it's an important day today, especially for the transport sector, which has so many opportunities to decarbonize, because more and more electric cars, vans, buses and trucks are also coming available. So that's good news. And in 2020, the Netherlands was one of 4 European countries where at least 25% of all new cars that were sold are already electric. So we all know that we have to do more if we want to reach our zero emission goal, and we urgently need to implement solutions to reduce carbon emissions from transport, and we should start today, not tomorrow, if we can. And by setting clear targets, developing policies and providing grants, the governments have encouraged innovation by businesses and helped them to market their new products. Now is the time for all the solutions to be adopted on a large scale, and we need to increase demand for zero-emission vehicles, allowing manufacturers to profit from economies of scale and bring down the prices, because it's important that it's also accessible to a larger group of people, companies, businesses and governments. We have an important tool at our disposal to help achieve this, and that are our sustainable procurement policies. In the EU, we have ambitious legislation, the Clean Vehicle Directive, that will increase public procurement of sustainable and zero-emission vehicles. And in the Netherlands, we've agreed to make our government vehicle fleet 100% zero-emission by 2028. And that's a few years earlier than 2035, the target which is in the declaration. And it is a challenging target, but I'm quite confident that we will get there and that we will manage. What's more important, all new public bus concessions will be zero emission from 2025 onwards. And this is already having an effect on the bus fleet in the Netherlands, with many zero emission vehicles already being on the road. So last year at COP26 in Glasgow, we launched the Global Memorandum of Understanding on zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicles. And I'm happy to announce that 9 countries will sign the global MOU. And another couple of countries have decided to endorse it already. And this clearly illustrates the ever-growing momentum for zero-emission goods transport. And we should shoulder our responsibility together to make a bigger impact. The goal is for all new trucks to be sold to be zero-emission by 2040. The declaration we're presenting today tomorrow will help us reach this goal by making sure that our procurement policy supports market efforts are being reached. And in conclusion, I'm really pleased to endorse the Zero Emission Government Fleet Declaration, and I call on other countries to join us as well. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Heinen. And with that, welcome again to the Netherlands and Sweden. We thank all our country partners and look forward to engaging with additional countries on the Zero Emission Government Fleet Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and stick around because at 10:30 we'll be harnessing carbon markets for Indigenous-led initiatives and local benefits. Thank you.
guys. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, we got it. You don't worry. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Great. Great. So I'm a senior advisor in the Chemistry office, but I'm here to make sure things kind of go smooth.
And I've seen your name before.
I hope so.
John is my colleague at TNC.
Great. Okay.
And Chris, I've seen many times.
Yes.
And then Moon,
course.
yeah, Moon was sort of the connector that said, hey, there's a slot, maybe.
Glad it worked.
100%. So,
Glad
yeah.
it worked.
Thanks for that.
So,
Yeah.
what we
Yeah.
have for you,
Yeah.
and is it?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next event starting at 10:30, Harnessing Carbon Markets for Indigenous-Led Initiatives and Local Benefits, is about to start in just a couple minutes. Please take your seats for this exciting event.
Please take your seats.
Hello and welcome to Harnessing Carbon Markets for Indigenous-Led Initiatives and Local Benefits. And now I'd like to welcome our panel and our moderator, Dr. Jill Blockus, Climate Policy and Practice Director at the Nature Conservancy. Please give them a welcome round of applause.
Good morning and thank you. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. We have a great round of speakers. A few possible substitutions, additions due to competition from a certain president-elect in a different session. I'm really happy to have you join me here today to talk about community engagement, especially of Indigenous peoples and local benefits in carbon markets. And we have two great case examples to share, including the Yurok Nation, represented by Javier Kenny. He's the carbon market manager for Yurok Tribe. And we also have Jason Gray here, who formerly worked with Aaron Resources Board in California, and he currently is co-director of the Governor's Climate Forest Task Force, and big partners in engagement. And so we're going to kick off with that. We do have a Brazil case study as well. We're just waiting for the final folks to join us. I'll introduce them when they join us. And we also have Carol Burga, who's with us today from Emergent. She leads the IPLC engagement and stakeholder strategies for Emergent, which supports the LEAF Coalition. We'll come to that in a moment. And like I said, we'll introduce the others when we get on. But let's kick off with California. So, Javier, how did the Yurok tribe decide to engage in the carbon markets? What was the impetus for it? And we know that the Yurok were among the first in the compliance market in California. So can you tell us how that unfolded? What was the story behind it? What challenges along the way?
Thank you, Jill. And again, good morning. Aikui. My name is Javier Kinney. I serve as the Carbon Projects Manager under the Natural Resources Division for the Yurok tribe. We are the largest tribe in Northern California, our ancestral territory, spanning 7% of the California coastline, 200 miles outside the coast as well into the ocean, and 47 miles up to the Klamath and Trinity Rivers confluence. We are really a natural resource-based tribe. Our portfolio contains, as well as our stewardship since time immemorial. We look at not only a diverse approach to natural resources management, but at a holistic view in regards to providing ridge to rivers aspects to that portfolio. But we really look at how we can reacquire 1.5 million acres of ancestral lands. In order to do that, we need climate finance mechanisms. And at the time, the cap and trade markets were one of the few opportunities that we saw to really engage the state on a different level than we had before. There's been a story passed between the Yurok tribe, who's been in the area and indigenous to the Klamath and Trinity Rivers. But the state of California, in many ways, both upon settlement times, did not recognize the inherent nationhood as well as the traditional ways of the Yurok peoples. We thought today's a way to change that in an effective, direct action, impactful way. And so in all of the work that we do, we really try to meld both the scientific, traditional ecological knowledge as well as the cultural traditions of the Yurok people. We still carry on our languages, we still carry on our traditional ceremonies, and most importantly, we have the second largest employment of biologists within the tribe other than the state of California. So the values and principles we engage in not only in the governmental services, but our natural resources and our policy actions, both at the local, state, and federal and international levels, is inherent nation-building actions that we look forward to taking on. Within the Cap and Trade program, we have 3 carbon projects within our ancestral lands. Again, that climate finance mechanism was just one tool and one part of that holistic approach to regain those lands. In addition, we like to pivot in regards to seeing what the next generation of not only carbon sequestration, but the technology developments that will help the Yurok tribe sustain the economic ventures. We'll get more into that later as well, but some of the challenges, again, is number one, the recognition we support consultation, but we believe in decision-making. So whether it's the carbon sequestration markets, development, indigenous peoples have got to have a decision-making role within those areas at all stages. We also believe that direct funding and opportunity to manage finance portfolios in each stage is critical. So when there's other engagement of markets, we are able to benefit from those financially, economically, but most importantly, to have that sustainability. Within our portfolio, we also have the Yurok Agricultural Corporation that we're looking at purchasing supply chains of wood products and other forest materials in order to not only sustain the carbon sequestration aspect, but again to sustain the ability to move our natural resources portfolio in dam removal, condor management, as well as the businesses that we manage. The state of California has gotten better in regards to the staff and technical expertise in recognizing those indigenous principles, and we look forward to sharing that story again here on the Global Forum, but also providing the solidarity and support for indigenous brothers and sisters worldwide, and recognizing that there's an opportunity to assist in sharing our story, both challenges and successes. We're ready to do that.
Great, thank you, Javier. I was in another event earlier this week, and Mary Nichols, the former head of Air and Resources Board, was heaping praise on the Yurok exam, saying it is about as good as it gets. She said, with the efforts to use the revenue locally to buy back lands that were rightfully theirs and generate opportunities for the next generation, as well as just being able to manage in a sustainable way forest lands and rivers, it's really significant. I know that the road to get there wasn't an easy one, and I'm happy to have Jason here, who can tell us a bit about some of the relationship in the early days, because he sat in a different position on the Air and Resources Board. So Jason, in your former role, what was the California perspective? Because originally tribes were not part of this process, and it took something to actually change that, and now the outcome is quite different. So love to hear from your perspective a bit about that relationship and the process. Thank you.
No, thank you, Jill, and thank you for the invitation here to be on the stage at the U.S. Pavilion and to be with these distinguished panelists and friends. I do see that Secretary Tavares is here. Eduardo, I think you can come up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bom dia.
We know that there's a lot happening in the Brazil delegation today, so great. Well, I'll do my best to answer the question on some of the perspective. I think the presentation Javier just gave, the story of the engagement of the Yurok tribe in so many things is just so inspirational. I was fortunate at the time to be within the California government as a new lawyer starting at the Air Resources Board, as California considered developing a carbon market. A carbon market was based on legislative direction, it was based on targets the state had set, and it was looking at how to include forests as part of the solution in California, along with regulating and requiring reductions across industrial, transportation, and electricity sectors. In the design of those programs, we at the staff level were looking at other existing programs, as well as the relationship that California had mostly with our emitting sectors. So businesses, companies that were emitting. State governments often don't have as strong of engagement with indigenous sovereign tribes as the national government. So at the state level, we actually didn't even consider whether tribes would want to be talking to us, because often that's not the case. And there's not great history, to say the least, on tribal engagement with state governments. So the Yurok came and said, California, what are you doing? This is an opportunity. We need to fix this. And I think we were lucky to have at our head Mary Nichols and other people that I was fortunate to work with who said, yeah, this is right. We have made a mistake here. We really need to engage. This was right at about the middle of the design phase of our regulation. So we were able within that process to work closely with the Yurok tribe, other tribal governments that came to us and said the same thing, really led by the Yurok, to find a way in which the regulation and the market could be developed so that if a sovereign tribe would like to participate, that is completely their decision, but the process and the program would make sure that could happen. And I think the most amazing thing out of this, two amazing things. First, the development of the market in California has been very strong. So most of our companies, they can only use offset credits for a tiny portion of their compliance. But out of the offsets that have been issued so far in the program since 2012, nearly 40% of those offset credits come from amazing forest management projects run by tribes and Alaska Native corporations. So switching from this paradigm of not engaging to a paradigm of trying to figure out how to improve how the state engages with our sovereign tribal partners, it's resulted in this amazing approach of protecting forests, generating economic development for tribes and other projects throughout the country in the United States, and really, I think, helped start building a better relationship between the state of California government and sovereign nations in California. The second most amazing part about this is how that engagement has been incorporated into lots of other practices from the state and from the UROC in particular, internationally. So engaging with our international partners, whether that's through states and provinces or indigenous leaders and territories in other jurisdictions who may be interested in this type of model. So we may go into that further, but hopefully that helps to start us off.
Great. Thank you, Jason. I'm going to come back to Javier. You told us a little bit about the benefits of the program, and it would be interesting if you could talk about the nation building and partnerships aspect of the work, as that's been a very important part of the story that we'd love to hear. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jill. I also want to recognize as well the not only critical energy, but also the hard work we have with us in Egypt is Honorable Council Member Sherry Provo, who's one of the tribal leaders at the Yurok Tribal Nation. We also have Don Baum, our General Counsel with the Office of Tribal Affairs, Tribal Attorney, and Melody Meyer, our Associate Deputy General Counsel, and critically, Brooke Thompson, our Yurok Youth Delegate, who is an engineer. So what you see is the actual direct action and engagement of the Yurok tribe. We believe in dirt forestry. We believe in the ground truth of the Yurok people with the technical advice, whether it's our river, whether it's our forestry or land. But that is really the essence of what we're building here at the Yurok tribe. But we're combining that with the economic ability and strength to sustain that. Circular economies and the ability to provide for our communities is really essential to everything we've done. So the ability to travel to Brazil upon our invitation, we held a summit prior to the San Francisco Climate Action Summit, and we were able to bring indigenous leaders, technical experts, but to really put them in our forests. In that exchange, we went to the various countries, and we've engaged in those technical abilities and the policy leadership. So the innovative and dynamic approach is really the opportunity to take and move the needle in both the cap and trade program. As you heard, there's one other California tribe, 8 other tribal nations and Alaska corporations. We're in the middle of that field, but we're building the technical capabilities, not only with space-enabled research, utilizing the ability to use imagery. We just created Condor Aviation, which is now the Yurok tribe within our fisheries department, provides the most advanced technological LiDAR services on the West Coast. So we're surrounding the space, we're engaging in the space, but we're also the leaders within that space. And for other indigenous communities, you can be a beneficiary in some ways, but really what we advise and provide and promote is that you're the driving force, whatever that economic venture is. For us, the carbon markets and the market-based approaches provides that opportunity to reach our finance goals, but again, engage with areas that a lot of times we haven't historically engaged in. But I think that's the importance in regards to the partnership with the State Department, in regards to the federal agencies and federal family, now the state of California, but most importantly, such as our global brothers from the South, to be able to engage in that inherently diplomatic affairs at all levels.
Great, thank you, Javier. So Jason, you're now with the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force, and you were part of the negotiation between the UROC and California. And California has played an important role in Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force in reaching out to other jurisdictions. Can you tell us a little bit about how the UROC example helps other jurisdictions? And I believe there's something called the guiding principles that you want to share with us.
Sure, thanks. So I work now with an organization called the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force, which is a coalition of 39 states and provinces trying to find ways to reduce deforestation, increase economic development in a sustainable way, and help their populations. Through this engagement with the Yurok tribe in the state of California, it's really created, I think, a very important model for state engagement. So within the task force, there's a really strong commitment from governments like in Amazonas, Brazil, that Eduardo will talk about, and all of our 39 members of having more direct partnership, not just beneficiary examples, but partnership and true decision-making discussions. So at the summit that Javier talked about several years ago, the Yurok tribe hosted delegations of indigenous leaders from throughout the Amazon, from Indonesia and from Mexico, to help co-create something called the Guiding Principles of Collaboration and Partnership between indigenous communities, local communities, and subnational governments. A very long title, so we just call it the Guiding Principles. Some may be familiar with these as sort of social and environmental safeguards. But these guiding principles were developed by indigenous leaders and tribal governments and then brought to the state governments within our task force for a vote. And all of our members voted to approve and implement these guiding principles. And now one of the opportunities and the challenges for the GCF task force is to make sure that this implementation occurs, and it occurs in a co-decision-making discussion, consultation, and partnership with tribal governments and indigenous territories. So hopefully that helps explain, Jill, but it's an amazing relationship that the Yurok tribe really helped create with tribal nations around the world.
Thank you for that, Jason. So we've had a little shift in our program on Brazil, but we're very happy to welcome Eduardo Tavares, who is State Secretary of Amazonas. We're also happy to have, and he's also been engaged in the Executive Committee of Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force. We have Cristianzo from Mato Grosso, who is going to share some experiences that he has in early action with the efforts in forest and climate and indigenous engagement. And Carlos Agaron is helping out with our translation this morning. He is the regional coordinator for the GCF in Brazil and has many years of experience working throughout the Amazon. So thank you to the additional panelists. I'm going to kick off with Eduardo because he is in charge of the largest state in Brazil, and we know the states in Brazil are enormous. Amazonas is in the planning stages for large-scale jurisdictional forest and climate programs, and so love to hear a little bit about how the climate finance and regional planning fits with bringing indigenous engagement into the process. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So I try to do my best. Sorry, my English is enough for this moment, but if I need some help, please, Carlos Aragon will help with some translations. So, I live in a state, it's a huge state, and at the same time we have a lot of challenges for the future. We have 97% of the old cover, natural cover preserved. So, it's a large forest in Amazon. That's a kind of paradigm of a conservation. But at the same time, you have a lot of pressure to try to keep all this cover stand. And the question is not just about environmental issues, but economic and social issues. What do we try to avoid when you're talking in the GCF task force? How to find a balance or an equation to put in the same level conservation of the nature, and economic growth. And at the same time, how to provide for traditional communities generation incomes for these populations. That's the reality that we have. And that's the challenge that we are facing right now in the Amazon, in the whole region. So, and in the last year, together with the GCF, we launched a document called Manaus Action Plan. And the Manaus Action Plan is a guide for all the states, not just in Brazil, but in all the jurisdictions, helped with GCF to promote the real sustainable development in all territory. Because there is an important element that linked all the states in the GCF. And not just about the nature, the forest, the tropical forest, but the poverty is a reality that linked all the states. And the Manaus Action Plan tried to address some answers about these real challenges, big challenges that we have. So the Manaus Action Plan are based in 4 pillars. The first pillars is about, the technological stuff. Good. So the first pillar, when you're talking about conservation, the first pillar for us in the States is you need to talking about people and communities. That's the base for the real sustainable development in our area, in our region. So you need to provide support for the indigenous communities, traditional communities, riverine communities in the whole area. So, and we are talking about promote access to water, energy. So all these solutions, all this technology are available in the last 2 centuries. It's not accessible for the Amazon, for the riverines. And how you talking about conservation of the nature without to preserve the communities, preserve the indigenous communities, traditional communities. So you need to put in the same scale this to the fight against deforestation, but you need to promote the fight against the poverty among these communities. The second pillar is knowledge, technology, and innovation. And not as innovation with a kind of colonialism vision. So we have these solutions, and you must to implement this solution because this solution is the best. So come on, you need to design real solutions and design together with the communities because they know the reality. They know the solutions. They know the pathways. But you need to think different when you see the strategy to advance in sustainable solutions. And for the real sustainable solutions, we must include the knowledge and the perspective of the traditional communities in the whole Amazon. And link it and try to develop a new kind of technology that includes first the communities and promote, for example, in an area as I live in the Amazon forest, how to, for example, deliver energy in communities far from the cities. That's a real challenge that we have. So, and you need innovation, you need investment to develop this kind of innovation. And that is the third pillar. So finance, investment, and private sector. So to achieve the real sustainable development, you need money. There is no other way. You need money. So you need to change the concentration of the capital in the countries of the north and migrate this investment for the south. And think in strategy to develop these countries. Because what is our responsibility? Keep the forest stand. And at the same time, develop the economy. How to do that? What is the country who has this answer? It's a new paradigm. All the paradigm, the responsibilities are on our back, or on chest. So it's not fair with us. It's not fair with us. So, and we need investment to change the logic behind the economy. Because the green economy needs a need strategy. And if the strategies are under our responsibilities, we need to do that together. You need money to do that, not just to save the nature. So, okay, let's save the nature together. Let's find solutions together. When you're talking about the sustainable solutions goals, the first goals is reduce the poverty. That's the goal that we need to pursue. That's the goal that we need to implement first in the Amazon. And the last pillar, it's about governance and public policy. And this is talking about our reality. You need to implement more effective strategy public to conserve the nature, to promote the real sustainable development for the small communities. And that's, in our opinion, the opinion of the states linked with the GCF task force, the real sustainable development, the real conservation of the natures, you need to implement first the 4 pillars to achieve our, that we need for the common future of the whole world. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you. That was very comprehensive. We were due to hear about Acre State, and instead we're going to hear about Mato Grosso. So there has been engagement on forest and climate programs in Mato Grosso in the past, and I know that many efforts have been made for indigenous participation. There was a recent analysis of that in Mato Grosso, and we're hoping that Cristiano can speak to that, and Carlos can translate. Thank you.
Primeiramente, agradecer a Deus que eu sou católico, apostólica, romana. Meus pais, que já não estão mais aqui entre nós, são vítimas do Covid-19, a qual fui vítima no meu país, com 85% meu pulmão comprometido. Então, eu vou estar pausando a minha fala. Também ajudar meu tradutor, né? Está traduzindo para nós aqui. Meu nome, Crisanto, é uma língua morta, latim. Crisanto, eu não gostava desse nome.
Good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank God, because I believe in God, and He told us that He also lost his parents by COVID-19, and he was also affected, and he has 95% of his breath compromised, and his name is Crisanto, with O at the end.
Então, porque os meus professores me chamavam toda hora, Crisanto, Crisanto, Crisanto. Para mim era brincadeira de mau gosto.
He is telling us that his teachers called him Crisanto, Crisanto, Crisanto when he was child, and he was thinking that it was a joke.
Quando professor me explicou
when a teacher explained him
que Crisanto nada mais nada menos brilho de cristal.
When the teacher explained it to him that Crisanto means sunshine of a Christian.
Aí, a partir daí, não quis tirar nome nem mudar letras.
From that time, he adopted this name, Crisanto.
Isso, Javier, meu irmão, porque meu nome original, do meu povo,
He said that his own name, his original name, Javier, is
esse do meio, Ruzo.
is that roots now.
Dono do
Which is
trovão.
The owner of the trovão, thunder, the owner of the thunder.
Então, significa muitas coisas esses dois nomes. Eu acho que é isso que me traz aqui.
And these
Na
two
frente.
names have a very big significance for him, and that's the reason why he's here.
Nas COP e nas mesas de diálogo.
At the COP and also in these spaces of dialogue.
Estou de presidente da Federação dos Povos e Organização Indígena de Mato Grosso, do Estado Nacional da República Federativa do Brasil.
He's the president of the Indigenous Federation of Mato Grosso, which is one of the states of subnational governments in Brazil.
Gil, nome dela?
Gil.
Gil, os povos indígenas de Mato Grosso já teve 4 financiamento climático.
He is explaining us that indigenous people peoples in Mato Grosso already received 4 finance programs in Mato Grosso.
Mas pouquíssimo chegou benefício.
But just few benefits were received effectively by them.
Se não me engano, somente formação de professores, nada mais.
And that was focusing, training and preparing teachers.
Agora, nesse momento atual, com o programa REM,
But now, with the new climate finance program, which is called Red Early Movers,
com todo o mecanismo proveniente da leis internacional, como a Convenção 69 da OIT,
and which is part of the overall and the global legal framework, and also including the Convention 1969 from OMT,
onde garante participação social indígena no processo de construção.
with the safeguards that ratify the need of indigenous participation
Na implementação da política ambiental.
in the implementation of the climate and forest policies,
O esforço mútuo das partes envolvidas, como KfW, povo alemão,
the joint effort of active and stakeholders, as, for example, the support of the German government,
BEIS, Reino Unido,
the UK government,
principais colaboradores,
which are the main
Investidores.
sponsors of the program and investors of this program.
somente dessa forma tivemos sucesso,
It was possible to be success,
onde construímos a nossa salvaguarda do nosso território e como povo.
in building safeguards to attend the territorial and demands of his people.
Avançamos pouco de vencer colonialismo no meu país.
There were several advances in solving a kind of colonialism that existed in Brazil.
Assim, participando em plenitude, construção das ferramentas como salvaguarda e outras ferramentas para a boa implementação dessa política ambiental.
Participating actively in the construction and preparation and design of policies and other activities.
Exatamente esse programa RAIN, programa ambiental, trouxe no tempo de pandemia, período de pandemia, o tratamento humano aos povos indígenas de Mato Grosso.
And the Red Early Movies program also brings tools to deal with the pandemics at the indigenous lands.
Fortalecendo segurança alimentar,
Strengthening and giving food security,
esperança de manter floresta em pé,
the hope to keep the forest stand,
junto manter a prática cultural,
and working and together to keep the cultural practices
que são a essência de existência dos 43 povos, aproximadamente 52 mil pessoas indígenas no estado de Mato Grosso.
which are the essence of the
43 povos.
of the 43 indigenous peoples in Mato Grosso.
Aproximadamente 52 pessoas indígenas.
Approximately 52,000 indigenous.
Obrigada. Thank you so much. That was fantastic overview. I just wanted to share that my colleague Ronnie Brodsky has been working with Indufor. There's a new case study that's out in Portuguese and English that we'll be sharing about red early movers in Mato Grosso, and happy to hear more experiences. Thank you for that. I'm going to pivot to Carol, our last panelist. Carol works for Emergent, which supports LEAF. LEAF was launched in April of 2020, I believe. 2019? Yeah. Yeah,
2021.
COVID made everything a blur. So LEAF is a private-public partnership. It was initiated by the US, UK, and Norwegian governments, along with a number of major corporations, including Salesforce and Bayer and Amazon Inc. and many others. They now have raised $1.5 billion. And so, Carol, we'd love to hear from you on the role of LEAF in promoting effective participation of Indigenous and local communities. We'd also love to hear about what you've heard from the other panelists and how that may help LEAF's work, because you work in many different jurisdictions throughout the world.
Thank you so much, Jill, for the invitation. I'm very happy to share this panel with all of these fantastic speakers. So I quickly want to talk about the organization I come from. I represent Emergent. Emergent is an NGO based in the United States. We are the coordinators of the LEAF coalition. As she explained, it is a coalition made up by sovereign governments. Now we have added Korea to the US, UK, and Norway, and 20 plus something corporations. Our mission is to mobilize finance to stop deforestation in tropical and subtropical countries. Our role is to make a bridge between the buyers, which are the members of the coalition, and the sellers, which are the national and subnational governments in tropical countries. So we provide a platform for these transactions, and we work with the TREES standard, which is managed by ART, which is independent and different from Emergent and LEAF. Why did we choose TREES? Because it's rigorous, because it guarantees compliance with the Cancun safeguards, which have been agreed with the participation of IPLCs, right? Basically it guarantees to respect land tenure rights, traditional knowledge, full and effective participation. And for us, as Emergent and coordinators of the LEAF coalition, that is very important because IPLCs play an essential role in the protection of the forests and in the efforts to reducing deforestation. There is evidence that when rights are respected, deforestation goes down. So how does LEAF promote this, the participation of IPLCs? So we have two main ways. The first way is through an IPLC and stakeholder engagement strategy, which I conduct at Emergent. So within that strategy, our role is to share information with IPLCs and relevant actors on the ground and collect their feedback. The purpose of doing that is to make sure that we listen to IPLCs and we address their concerns so that we can improve our processes. We also have a group of stakeholders. We call it the Stakeholder Engagement Group. This is a group of partners or allies who work with us, trying to provide that information and do some work on the ground with IPLCs. And we also engage directly with IPLCs, with some indigenous organizations, umbrella organizations, to provide information and to establish dialogue with them. One thing that I think is very positive of our initiative is that we are learning a lot and our strategy is evolving, and so we are very open to feedback so that we can improve along the way. Contexts are different in different countries. IPLCs share a set of issues, but they also have specific issues in different places. So we try to listen and we try to adapt and try to promote their participation in our program. The other way that we promote their participation is through the process, and I'm going to make this very brief. So when we have a call for proposals at a global level, and for the second one, which opened in May and closed in September, we require that jurisdictions who were interested in joining, in sending proposals to LEAF, should notify IPLCs of their intention of joining us. So that is very important because that ensures that IPLCs are in the know since the beginning, and that opens the way to engagement along the way. The other way how we promote participation is before signing any binding agreement. We call it ERPA, Emission Reduction Purchase Agreement. We require that the jurisdictions build a roadmap for a benefit sharing plan, and that roadmap needs to be done with the full and effective participation of the IPLCs. Okay, so that is something positive about LEAF. We promote that conversation between them. We promote that exchange between a government and indigenous groups, which is something that has been challenging along the years, but we are trying to do our best, and that's why we have that requirement. We have a great example from Ecuador, which is the country that has been most advanced in this process. This week, they signed an agreement, a memorandum of understanding, and they talked about how the government and the IPLCs together agreed on a roadmap for the benefit sharing plan, which is going to take going to take place next year, and it's going to consist of several consultations until they reach an agreement. So I'm going to leave it there. So that's how we promote participation.
Thanks so much, Carol. I'm sorry that we don't have a lot of time. We'd hoped to open for questions to the audience, but we're pretty close to the finish. And so I just like to ask the panelists that they have one or two words that they want to say just in terms of making the connections between the work, and we'll wrap with that. So please.
Thank you, Jill. Again, our takeaway is support indigenous decision-making, support the opportunity of having indigenous peoples be the central point of coming up with solutions. There are no natural-based solutions without indigenous peoples. There's a connection between our lands and our livelihoods and our economies. And so we can't do it alone. We're doing our part with the distinct opportunity and honor to carry on that journey. We appreciate the financial support, but most importantly, the belief that indigenous peoples should always be at the forefront of addressing and resolving this climate crisis.
Yeah, I would just say ditto. I mean, I think making sure that governments and indigenous territories and peoples are working together on all these different pillars that Eduardo walked through, that's really the vision I think you're hearing from everyone up here, and I would just echo that.
So thank you so much. Let's do the transformation together. We need to know first the reality, the real reality of the Amazon, of the traditional people, traditional original peoples. But you need to do fast, and you need to do together. And let's try to make Manaus Action Plan a reality for everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, the GCF. GCF is so powerful and help us a lot to make all this process available. And you need to do that as fast as possible. That's it. Thank you so much.
I'm going to stay with something that Javier said, which was that we should consider IPLCs as the driving force in these initiatives, right? Without them, we won't attain our goal of reducing deforestation. And that is, they have to be at the center, and that's why we are committed to listening and improving our processes so that we can attain that goal.
É necessário engajamento de todos envolvidos.
It is necessary the engagement of all the stakeholders.
Na mitigação de clima, que tem a ver proteção à vida e ao próprio biodiversidade.
For climate mitigation, which is also linked to life protection and biodiversity conservation.
Eu estou tendo experiência com RED mais REN.
I am having experiences in dealing with the RED plus.
Espero que Coalizão LINF faça a mesma coisa.
And I hope
é o caminho certo.
That LIP Coalition will make the same.
Obrigada. Thank you so much. Please give thanks for all the panelists, their contributions, and thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Jill. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much to our amazing panel, and thank you to the audience. Stick around because we have a NASA Hyperwall presentation coming up at 12:30 on connections between fire, weather, and climate. And check out the amazing exhibits we have over in the U.S. Center, over that way. Hello, and welcome to our NASA Hyperwall presentation, Connections Between Fire, Weather, and Climate with Dr. Michael Falkowski. Give him a warm welcome.
All right. Ooh, intro music. All right, thanks everyone. Thanks for coming to the first NASA Hyperwall talk of the day. And I'm going to be talking a little bit about wildfires and how NASA data can be used to observe and hopefully better manage wildfires in our changing Earth system. So I'm going to start with this slide here, which is showing you all the different satellites that NASA currently operates that measure different components of the Earth system. So NASA designs, builds, and operates a whole series of satellites that measure things like the ocean and the land surface and the atmosphere to better understand how our Earth system works. A lot of these satellites can be used to measure different aspects of wildfire. So when we think about wildfire, we often think about it in terms of the pre-fire environment. So what are the conditions that are present on the Earth's surface that lead up to a fire? We think about the active fire environment, like where the fire is, how intense the fire is, and how it spreads across the surface. And then we also think about the post-fire environment. So what are the effects of that fire? What are the effects of the burn on the ecosystem, on the atmosphere, and to humans that rely on ecosystems, for example, for their livelihoods, or that breathe the air that comes off of fires and the reduced air quality from smoke. So in a lot of ways, these satellites can be used to measure different aspects of that fire life cycle, and we can think of them as some of the tallest fire towers on our planet. So here's a look at some data that NASA collects on a regular basis from those satellites, again, measuring different components of our Earth system. And you can imagine how many of these different data sets could be used to support wildfire science and earth science for understanding fire, but then also the management of fire. So we have things like soil moisture, which can be used to, which indicates how dry an area is, for example. And so when we think about the pre-fire environment, the moisture of the fuel, the moisture of the land surface really drives, for example, fire risk. We can see winds and rain patterns also, which drive the pre-fire environment in terms of the risk and likelihood of seeing a fire. So these are a couple of data sets, and we have all sorts of satellites, like I said, that collect data on these types of processes. And here's a look at just a whole suite of different data sets that NASA regularly collects, measuring different components of our Earth system. And you can imagine how a lot of these data sets, for example, the decline of ice on our poles, for example, can be used to support Earth system science, including fire research. So here we're looking at temperature anomalies for different bands of latitude from the early 1930s all the way to present day. And so you can see that parts of the globe are warming at different rates than others, for example, which certainly drives fire risk. Here's an example of CO2 accumulation in the atmosphere through time. And again, the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere drives Earth surface temperature, which Earth surface temperature increases, which impact fire behavior, but then also fire contributes CO2 to that process as well as fires burn. And so, those data sets are pretty large scale, really great for Earth system science, but what we're really trying to do now at in terms of fire is really trying to bring that data down to managers that need that type of data, land managers, for example, to improve their decision-making processes. And so we're really trying to use this large-scale data and bring it down to remove barriers in wildfire management across the entire fire life cycle. So I already mentioned the pre-fire environment, the active fire environment, and the post-fire environment. So in the pre-fire environment, we think about things like adaptation and mitigation. So understanding where fire risk is the highest, and that can help guide land managers to decide where they might do things like prescribe burns to reduce fuel loads, for example, on the ground surface. And we have data sets that can be used to support that. Again, active fire, so detecting where the fire is and when it outbreaks, getting early detection, for example, can really help wildland firefighters and wildland firefighting agencies better position resources more effectively across the landscape. And then in the post-fire environment, looking at things like landslide risk, for example, burn severity, ecosystem recovery again, and we have data sets that we can use to support that as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of these as we go through today's talk. So thinking about the pre-fire environment, this is a data set from a sensor on the International Space Station called JEDI, the Global Ecosystems Dynamics Investigation. And then it's a LiDAR system, so it's a laser remote sensing system. So this thing literally shoots laser beams at the Earth's surface that measure the height of the forest and the density of the forest. So these things are indicative of how much, and when we think about fire, how much is on the ground. So areas with really dense vegetation, for example, may, when coupled with things like dry conditions, dry soil moisture, dry fuel moisture, be areas where we might expect to have very intense, large fires break out. So again, we can use this data to better characterize the pre-fire environment. Here's some data on active fires. So we have a whole series of sensors on different platforms that can measure active fires. This is actually a NOAA satellite sensor called VIIRS. You may have heard of MODIS before, so MODIS and VIIRS are very similar, and we can use those types of data sets to look at the thermal properties of fire. And so here we have global fire detections from VIIRS in 2001. The location of the red and orange dots indicate where a fire is, and their brightness, their intensity indicates how hot that fire is. It's called fire radiative power, and it's a measure of how intense that fire is burning. And so as this plays, you'll see how the fire season changes across the globe. In January, we're burning at these mid-latitudes, a lot of fires in Africa and South America. But as the fire season progresses, this band will shift down into the savannas and grasslands in the southern part of the African continent, and then you'll see the western U.S. light up. We detect over 3 to 4 million fires a year using data like this. And so there's a lot of fires out there, and understanding where they're burning and when they're burning and how intense they are gives us a good idea of what impacts they have on the Earth system. So getting it back down to managers of fire, we work closely with agencies in the United States and other parts of the world to get our data in the hands of people that are making decisions on the ground about managing resources, for example. And so this is an example from our firm's website, which is the Fire Information Management System. It's a partnership between NASA and the U.S. Forest Service, where we're taking data from our satellite sensors. In this example, it's the VIIRS data set and the MODIS data sets to get active fire data locations to managers on the ground that are managing our wildfires and the wildfire problem. So this is a great example of a U.S. government partnership with another agency that has an operational mandate to manage wildfires in this case. So I want to talk a little bit more about active fire. This is a zoom out image of an active fire in California called, I believe it's the Camp Fire. And so the data sets I showed you before from MODIS and VIIRS were really coarse resolution as compared to something like this. This is a high resolution image of a flaming front. This was collected with a sensor on an aircraft called MASTER, the MODIS Aster Airborne Simulator. And it's just showing you an example of how we can use data like this to get at fire hotspots at really fine resolution, as well as smoke, for example, that's coming off the fire. And it turns out, so here we have an animation of the Dixie Fire in California, and this is all derived by using MODIS and VIIRS data. And we're using this data set to get a better understanding of fire behavior, so we can better model and respond to fires in the future. And so what you'll see as this animation plays, these individual red dots are hotspot locations from the MODIS and VIIRS sensors, and it's on a 12-hour time step. So we get observations twice daily from these sensors of active fires. And as this fire progresses, you're seeing where the fire lines go through time and how the burn area changes. I think, let me see what the next slide is here. I'm going to play this one more time because I didn't get to make all my points. One thing you'll notice with fires like this is that these fires that get really big, they only have a handful of days that really, where the fire behavior is really extreme and it burns a lot of area. And so one of the things we're trying to do is use data like this in combinations with our other data sets on fire weather, for example, fuel moisture, humidity, to understand what drives these days where the fire spreads really intensely and more rapidly, and can we use that information to better manage active wildfires. And then, of course, talking about post-fire impacts and impacts on humans. Fires put out a lot of smoke, and this is an animation of different types of aerosols in the troposphere in our Earth system, which affect air quality and human health. You'll see different. They're all colored by different categories of the particular aerosol. And in this case, I want you to look at the red stuff, the carbon. And a lot of this is coming off of wildfires. You're going to see here a lot of fires in the southern part of Africa and South America, and that smoke blowing around the globe. This really goes to show you how connected our Earth system is. So a fire in one part of the world is going to affect the air quality in a very different part of the globe, far away from the fire, the active fire itself. And this is showing you the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. So, of course, the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is what's driving global warming. And there's a feedback loop between fire and increasing CO2 in the atmosphere. So more CO2 in the atmosphere means warmer climates, and that'll lead to more fire in the future. But then also fire puts more CO2 in the atmosphere itself, and so it's a negative feedback loop. And so understanding how these things are changing and interacting through time is a really important focus of Earth system science. Excuse me, my voice is going a little bit. I'm going to let this play for a second. You're going to see throughout the year how this carbon dioxide accumulates on an annual basis in the atmosphere, and how it's sourced from different parts of the world based on wildfires, but also the burning of fossil fuels. And of course, as I mentioned just a second ago, increases in CO2 in the atmosphere lead to increases in global surface temperature. And this animation is showing you surface temperature anomalies through time. The yellows and the reds indicate warmer temperatures, and the blues indicate cooler temperatures. And as this plays, you're going to see that the Earth's surface does not warm uniformly. Some areas warm quicker or more intensely than others, and some don't warm as much. And what you're going to see here towards the end is I want you to look at the northern latitudes and see how quickly the Arctic is warming relative to the rest of the world. And in fact, we've seen we've observed the Arctic warm almost 3 times more than the rest of the Earth's surface. And that's leading to a lot of different changes in the Arctic, including changes to fire regimes in the fire season in the Arctic. And I want to talk a little bit about that. And so certainly, in the last decade or so, we've been seeing really big fire seasons in the northern latitudes. And this is one example from the Northwest Territories back in 2014, which was by far, at that point in time, the largest fire season that the Northwest Territories has ever seen, where 2.9 million hectares burned. And this is not an isolated trend. This is not an isolated occurrence. This is happening over and over and over in high latitudes. And so this slide here is showing you burned area detections from MODIS. So this is a total burn area from our MODIS satellite through time at different parts of Siberia. You have different latitude bands indicated here. And you can see as we get into the 2015 all the way through 2020, you're seeing big spikes in burned area at high latitudes. So not only are we seeing bigger fires and more frequent fires in high latitudes, but they're also burning into landscapes we'd never really see burn, things like tundra, for example. So these areas far north of the tree line, for example, are now seeing fires, and that's a new thing. It's very concerning. Here's another look at the same kind of data set, or the same data sets. So we're looking again at burn area through time. Oh, this is number of fire detections through time with different sensors throughout the season, and we're seeing that in 2020 and 2019 we've had really large fire seasons in the northern latitudes. And so since it's Biodiversity Day, I want to take a minute and link this back to wildlife and talk a little bit about the impacts of fire, for example, on wildlife. So here we have data sets showing you the migration of different wildlife species across the globe. You're going to see things like birds, for example, and terrestrial mammals and how they move across the globe as a function of different environmental factors, including Earth's surface properties. You see the snow coming in and how that might affect wildlife populations. Well, it turns out things like fire, for example, and also human development impact the movement of animals. So this animation here is going to zoom into a spot on the Northwest Territories of Canada, where we have this is actually an oil and gas development here, and here we have a radio-collared wolf that is moving around the landscape trying to figure out a way, it appears, to get around that particular oil and gas development spot. And he never makes it. And so this just shows you the impact that things like development might have on the migration and movement of wildlife species. And certainly we're seeing the same thing happen with wildlife in the Arctic. So my last slide is actually a slide showing you some data from a field study where we looked at how caribou, for example, are utilizing different parts of the landscape in relation to where fires have burned. And what this graph on the left shows, or the graph on the right shows, is that these caribou are avoiding burn areas on the landscape, and that's because they eat lichen, and when a fire goes through it, sorry, my voice is going. When the fires go through, they burn all the lichen off, and so the caribou no longer have a good food source, and so they don't use it anymore. So this is just showing you the impacts of fire, for example, on wildlife. So with that, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any question?
Thank you, by the way. Wonderful presentation.
Thanks.
Are the NASA simulations available online?
Yes. There's a website called svs.gfc.nasa.gov, and you can go there, and there's a search function, and you can search for temperature, wildfire, whatever, and you'll come up with all sorts of different simulations.
On the temperature anomaly graph, you had data going back to 1890. How do we have data that far back for that simulation?
So that's a combination of actual measurements from temperature records combined with model output to get a global estimate. Yeah, so it's a combination of real measurements plus models. Anything else? Oh, there's one.
Thank you so much. This was an awesome presentation. I wanted to ask, what is the most challenging thing that you're trying to map? I'm thinking about maybe like fungi, or like, there's probably a lot of, things out there that are really hard to encapsulate.
Well, fungi is a good example. So if we think about, beyond fire, of course, if we think about anything below ground, like soil carbon, for example, which is really important for the global carbon cycle, it's a very important carbon sink that we don't have a good grasp on. Remote sensing data really has a difficulty penetrating the ground surface to get an idea of soil carbon, for example, or anything below ground. That's also for permafrost, for example, which is also another very important carbon sink that's changing because of climate change. And so we're trying to develop new methods to better characterize things like that. Great question. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everyone. We're giving away swag.
Hello and welcome to our first event of the day, Indigenous Knowledge in Global Climate Science, Policy, and Action. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage for opening remarks, Waheela Johns. Please give her a warm welcome.
All right. Thank you. Started speaking Navajo. She'e Waheela Johns Inishia. Ashihin Nishlin Dog Ashe Bashashin. Lisanan Desha Che Adokia Ani Deshanele. Good morning. I'm Waheela Johns and I'm from northeastern Arizona. I'm Dene and I work for the Department of Energy and I run their Tribal Energy Program, the Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs. It's great to be here. I've been here for a week and in solidarity with many of you that are working to help decrease our greenhouse gas emissions, but also push for a beautiful future for our future generations, and just really honored to be a part of this panel and moderating. So this panel is called Indigenous Knowledge in Global Climate Science and Policy and Action, organized by the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, the United Nations Foundation, and Indian Collective. So I would like to turn over to Chair of the White House Council on Environmental Quality, Brenda Malroy. Chairman, or I keep saying chairman because anyways. Chair Mallory is the 12th chair of the Council of Environmental Quality and is the first African American to serve in this position. She advises President Biden on environmental and natural resource policies and is particularly focused on addressing the environmental justice and climate change challenges. Chairman Mallory, welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here and great to see everyone. Thank you, Waheela. I appreciate that. The chairman thing is a problem. It's culturally. What can we do? We're stuck with it, and it takes a while to adjust. It's such a thrill to be here this morning and to have a chance to be part of this program early. I just arrived last night, so this is my first full day at COP, and I'm just thrilled to be here and have a chance to talk to folks about this very important issue, which is one that we at the Council on Environmental Quality are spending a lot of time on. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about some of the work that we've been doing, focused in general on Indigenous rights, Indigenous science. So let me go. So one of the things that is striking to me about COP in general, and just even in the morning that I've been here, is just the energy that you feel from people being here ready to address these really earth-shattering issues that we have in front of us. And a recognition that our opportunity to make a difference is now. Like right now, there's no extra time. There is an urgency about the task, but there's also a focus and an optimism about what's possible if we work together. And I think that's where I think we spend a lot of our energy at the Council on Environmental Quality and with the partners that we work with. So I'm just thrilled to be able to be here and talk a little bit about some of the things that the President has prioritized as we think about these important issues. First of all, just strengthening the United States' nation-to-nation relationship with tribal nations is very important. Pursuing locally led conservation strategy built on collaborative partnerships, transitioning to a clean energy economy to tackle climate change, investing in our infrastructure to ensure that all communities enjoy economic opportunity, and grounding United States government decisions in science. An important element of that science, as we know, is Indigenous knowledge. It's a body in and of itself, one that contributes broadly to our understanding of the world. As a valid, self-supporting knowledge system, it drives scientific, technical, social, and economic advancements worldwide and can inform solutions to many of the challenges we face today, including climate change. Our charge from President Biden is to think broadly and inclusively about how to implement equitable policies that improve our quality of life now and for generations. We know that tribes and indigenous communities, as the original stewards of the natural environment, have expertise critical to finding solutions for confronting this challenge. Tribes and indigenous peoples have faced disproportionate and unique climate-related risks as climate change threatens cultural and ceremonial practices, place-based identities, sources of traditional food and medicine, and sovereignty and security. Consulting with tribes and engaging with indigenous communities to include indigenous knowledge into United States government research, policies, and decisions furthers the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to scientific integrity and to science and knowledge-based decision-making. We recognize that the United States government has much to learn from tribal nations. That's why last year, the Biden-Harris administration issued a memorandum recognizing indigenous knowledge as a form of knowledge that can and should inform United States government decision-making. Never before has the federal government recognized indigenous knowledge in this way or sought to embrace it as broadly in the decision-making across agencies and issue areas across the government. Building on this, in the coming weeks, the Biden-Harris administration will release guidance providing broad direction to the whole of the United States government centered around better understanding indigenous knowledge, now growing and maintaining relationships to support tribal nations and indigenous peoples and their knowledge, and including indigenous knowledge in decision-making, policy development, and research. At the heart of this effort is listening and learning from indigenous communities. Our goal is to ensure that the federal government meaningfully considers their perspectives and ways of knowing to benefit people and the planet. Over the course of nearly 1 year, the White House engaged more than 1,000 individuals, organizations, and tribal nations in the development of this guidance. It's been informed by consultation with tribes, public listening sessions, and a steady dialogue with tribes, indigenous people, and others with interest or experience with indigenous knowledge. This guidance is one part of a multi-step process to deliver on the President's commitment to elevating indigenous voices in federal decision-making. So we're proud of the progress that we've made. Since taking office in January of 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has provided historic financial and infrastructure investments in Indian country, protected tribal homeland and sacred sites, increased tribal participation in federal lands management, strengthened the protection of tribal treaty rights, advanced education equity for indigenous children, and honored indigenous languages. While we've made considerable progress, and the guidance we will release in the coming weeks is another great step, we have so much work left to do. And so I just want to thank you right now for the partnerships that will come from folks in this room and around the country that will be important in the work that we have going forward. And with that, I'm going to say, turn it back over to Waheela to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Malroy. So I've been a part of a lot of the organizing with the White House Council on Native American Affairs, and just really trying to hear from the communities, hear from tribal nations, and incorporate that in our policy design, but also the way that we are making decisions when it comes to, in particular, energy policy, energy development. So we have a lot to learn from tribal nations, and they all have a unique perspective to their land, their water, and their quality of life that they would like to have. There's over 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States, so it's a huge and diverse portfolio that my office covers, but it's just a huge learning because I am really focused also, I grew up in the southwest of the United States, so I'm just really honored to be a part of this administration and taking on that leadership to really include Indigenous voices, Indigenous perspectives in the way that we create federal policy so that we are, practicing our nation-to-nation connection and responsibility that we have as a federal government to Indigenous peoples and tribes in the United States. Next, we're going to go to a video by, let's see, are we queued up for the video? Dr. Kyle White. He is an enrolled member of the Citizen of Potawatomi Nation and is George Willis Pack Professor at the School of Environmental Sustainability at the University of Michigan. Founding Director of the Tishman Center of the Social Justice and Environment Principal Investigator of the Energy Equity Project, and affiliated professor of the Native American Studies and Philosophy. Dr. White currently serves on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council.
We'll be starting in just 1 minute, folks, so please take your seats. 1 minute. Hello and welcome to A Wave of Ambition for Ocean and Climate Action. And now I would like to welcome to the podium Assistant Secretary Monica Medina. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. This is so exciting. I'm so excited about this event. I'm so glad to see so many people here. The other night I was at an event with our next speaker, and he actually was introduced, and it was a long introduction, and he basically got up, and his first part of his speech was how important it is not to mess up the introduction. So I'm going to not mess up this introduction and just keep it short and sweet. He is a climate hero for us in the U.S., and he is a climate icon all around the world. He needs really, literally, no introduction for all the work that he's done for decades and for all the work he's doing now to continue the climate fight and to be an ocean champion like no other on the planet. I give you the Honorable John Kerry.
Thank you, Monica. I accept the nomination. No, I'm joking. Monica, thank you for a very, very generous introduction, and much more importantly, thank you for the extraordinary job you are doing as our Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans, Environment, and Science. We really, really appreciate it. You're a great partner. You really are. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and participating countries, really happy to be here to announce an initiative that is really, I think, going to make a difference. And I want to just emphasize to everybody, I don't know how many of you have stopped to really think about the integration of the ocean with climate. But the fact is that you can't solve the problems of the planet, biodiversity and/or climate crisis, without focusing on the ocean. And you can't focus on the ocean adequately without focusing on climate, because what's happening with the climate is having this profound impact on the ocean itself. Specifically, we are putting emissions up into the atmosphere. The emissions include greenhouse gases, obviously, which are pollutants, including particularly coal particulates. Those particulates travel around the world in the atmosphere and then drop in rainfall. They go into the ocean, and they raise the acidity of the ocean. They're part of the, and the heating, which is coming from that blanket that prevents the heat from escaping, goes into the ocean. The ocean is the largest sink in the world. It gathers this carbon and keeps it internally, and 90% of all of the heating that comes from global warming, global climate change, is going into the ocean where it's contained. But we don't even know where the point of regurgitation is. We don't know where saturation is. In the Antarctic, scientists observe the ocean spitting out some of that carbon. And it could suggest there's a saturation point. We don't know. But the precautionary principle of governing says if the scientists are warning you and telling you this is dangerous and we don't know the outcome, you ought to take precautions to prevent it. Moreover, every aspect of the ocean is now threatened. Overfishing, overdevelopment, pollution, lack of global structure with a treaty to be able to have a high seas treaty. So we have lawlessness out in the ocean, narcotics trafficking, arms smuggling, human trafficking, crimes of the normal thing conducted on ships. And There are people who are literally trafficked into ocean labor, slave labor. And there are stories that have been written about, a young man in Cambodia who had a chain around his neck for 2 years while he was forced to work on a fishing vessel. So there's so much that is not controlled and overseen as a result. And now the climate crisis is having its own profound impact on the oceans. Some scientists are hypothesizing that the rapid melting of the Greenland ice sheet and of the Arctic is driving very, very cold water down into the Gulf Stream and even has the potential to shift currents and streams. I mean, we're playing with the most dangerous consequences here for things that we don't have all the answers to. We have someone here who has a lot of those answers. That's Rick Spinrad, who is the head of NOAA. NOAA does brilliant work trying to map and understand the oceans and put out regular weather forecasts and so forth. And now the biggest single outcome of this COP is our determination to keep 1.5 degrees alive and to reduce the emissions sufficiently to be able to do that. Because the emissions going into the ocean are changing the chemistry of the ocean faster than at any time in millions of years, literally. So we need to scale up what we're doing with the ocean. We need to scale up respect, biodiversity, the biodiversity of the ocean itself. We need to look to the ocean in responsible ways to harness the nature-based solutions to the crisis that lie within the ocean. And I know I've seen this progress as it's moved through the Our Oceans conferences, the most recent of which we held in Palau. We have now secured over 1,600 different commitments from nations around the world through these conferences. More than $100 billion of effort has been focused on the oceans as a result of these conferences. And the next Our Ocean conference will be in Panama next March, and it will maintain momentum on these issues. And I want to focus on one of the key U.S. announcements that we made in Palau, where we co-hosted with Palau. We launched a new global ocean conservation pledge in which countries commit to conserve or protect at least 30% of the waters that are under that country's jurisdiction. Now, we know that at least 30% of global ocean needs to be conserved. We know this from the scientists in order to support our biodiversity, which is critical of the ocean. And we know that the 30 by 30 movement is about more than just quantity. It's about the quality of the level of protection. It doesn't do us good to name a protected area. I mean, it's great we name the protected area, but if it isn't enforced, if it's not overseen, it's almost like not naming it at all. So we need to do more at home, all of us. The Ocean Conservation Pledge is going to help us come closer to meeting our global target. So I am very pleased to announce the first cohort of countries that are endorsing this pledge. Let me read them off to you because it's impressive. Australia, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Fiji, France, Greece, Japan, Malta, Panama, Portugal, Romania, the Seychelles, Sri Lanka. I thank every single one of them for being global leaders in this fight for ocean conservation and preservation. I'd like to ask you each to come up here, all of you together, for a family photo, and then Monica and company will make sure that we have the panel begin to talk about these issues. Thank you all. Thanks for being part of this. Come on up and let's get a photo. Monica.
no, that's your book.
Thanks so much.
All right, now it's time to move into the conversation part of this event, which is always fantastic. And I am thrilled to be able to introduce to you 3 people who will be pivotal in actually making these marine protected areas come to life in their own countries and helping to get more countries signed up to do wonderful marine protection. One of the ways that we do encourage these kinds of MPAs is at the Our Ocean Conference, which, of course, Special Presidential Envoy Kerry kicked off about 8 years ago, and now it's grown and grown and grown since then. And we are pleased to have with us today 2 of the hosts of the Our Ocean Conference, one from in the past and one from this year upcoming, and they'll be moderating, or they'll be talking with our wonderful NOAA administrator, Dr. Rick Spinrad. So I'd like to invite up Panama's Minister Alejandro Mendoza. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually the next 2 Ocean Conference hosts, which is exciting. And you'll hear more about that in a minute. So Panama's Ambassador Alejandro Mendoza, Greece's Secretary General Petros Varoulidis, and Dr. Rick Spinrad, who will talk about the Our Ocean Conferences to come. So please, gentlemen, join us.
Thank you, Monica. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, what a real treat it is to be here. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here today with this panel to champion the pivotal role that the Our Ocean Conference has in addressing the climate crisis, so many of the issues that you heard Spec Kerry describe just a few moments ago, and also the role we have in uplifting communities, impacted communities, by protecting the global ocean. Here at COP27, we've all come together in search of climate solutions that can match the scale of the climate crisis. It's a daunting task, and nowhere is that clearer than in our ocean and on our shores. However, despite the scale of the challenge that we face, I know that we can rise to the occasion, that we've got big things to do, and we've got big challenges to tackle. We'll do it together. I know that because we've done it before, we can do it again. The Our Ocean Conference continues to not just bring together the global community, but drive global action. This is particularly true for protecting and conserving marine areas. It's been shown that this conference alone has been responsible for helping drive the momentum for more than 1/3 of the ocean area currently under protection. Establishing these marine protected areas is a powerful tool for addressing the climate crisis. Blue carbon ecosystems within these protected areas, coastal salt marshes, seagrasses, and mangroves, capture and store carbon dioxide while also buffering coastal communities from the effects of climate-driven extreme weather events. Blue carbon conservation is one example of the types of ocean-based climate solutions that, together, can contribute up to 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions reductions needed to stay within 1.5 degrees C. I was so heartened by the progress made at this year's conference in Palau. This was the first Our Ocean Conference ever to be held in a large ocean developing state, and under Palau's leadership as a country on the front line of the climate crisis and dedicated to protecting global oceans, the conference saw great success. I look forward to continuing this conversation and our work at the 8th Our Ocean Conference in Panama next year and at the 9th Our Ocean Conference in Greece in 2024. And with that, I'm pleased to introduce the esteemed representatives from the 2 next host countries. Dr. Ligia Castro-Tectoens is the National Director of Climate Change and advisor to the Minister of Environment of Panama. She's held several high-level environmental positions in both the public and private sectors. For Panama, she has served as the Minister of Environmental Conservation, Director of Environment and Climate Change, and General Administrator of the National Environmental Authority. She's also served as the Director of Environment for the Development Bank of Latin America, and as president of the boards of both the Ramsar Center and Coiba National Park in Panama. Also joining us is Dr. Petros Varelides, the Secretary General for Natural Environment and Waters in the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy. A devoted leader on environmental issues, he has served in the Ministry of the Environment since 2001, where he has served as political advisor to the minister since 2009 and as environmental attaché of Greece at the EU. He also has represented Greece on the Bureau of the European Environment Agency since 2019 and was the director of the Organization of Natural Environment and Climate Change from 2016 to 2021. A sincere thanks to both of you for being here today. And Dr. Castro, we will begin with you.
Buenas tardes. Quería comentarles que Panamá históricamente ha sido un país de conexión de especies biológicas terrestres y marinas. Por eso la Conferencia de los Océanos de marzo del próximo año hemos decidido llamarla Panamá, conexión entre los océanos. Y queremos priorizar allí fundamentalmente el turismo de naturaleza resiliente al cambio climático y la búsqueda de soluciones socioeconómicas y científicas para la contaminación marina. Panamá fue el primer país que en junio del 2021 alcanzó el 30% de su territorio marino protegido. Y les hago el anuncio que estamos haciendo, terminando los estudios y los arreglos legales para en la conferencia de marzo de Océanos anunciar el 50% de nuestro territorio marino protegido.
Panama being a country with a long history of connecting the ocean and the biodiversity both in land and in sea, chose for its conference in 2023 this year to be called Our Ocean, Our Connection, giving honor to this long legacy. We'll also like to focus on this conference on the topics related to sustainable tourism, which is climate resilience, and also focus on the areas of solving the problems of marine contamination from the root. We're working towards as well creating a more resilient tourism sector that respects biodiversity, as well as enhancing our already fulfilled commitment of protecting 30% of our areas, marine areas. We're hoping to announce during our Oceans Conference on 2023 that we'll be enhancing this to a 50% of our territorial ocean to be protected.
Sí, en ese 50% de territorio marino protegido, impulsaremos la conservación, la restauración, la pesca sostenible, la investigación científica, el turismo resiliente al cambio climático. Y queremos ser un ejemplo para que otros países del mundo también incrementen su ambición de territorio marino protegido. Nos preocupa sobre todo las soluciones socioeconómicas y tecnológicas para la basura marina, tomando en cuenta que la basura marina viene de territorio firme, mientras que no solucionemos en nuestro territorio, en nuestros países, la gestión integrada de desechos sólidos, seguirán por nuestros ríos llegando al mar y contaminando.
Within this soon-to-be 50% area to be protected, we want to enhance the ability that we have to preserve and restore ecosystems and biodiversity, as well as promoting sustainable use for the most impoverished and farthest away communities, which are many in coastal areas of our country. We also wish to give a more integral approach to what is the waste management in order to solve marine pollution, because we cannot properly deal with marine garbage just at the ocean level. We need to look at it as a more integral way looking at the watersheds from the upper levels, both creating better solid waste management in the urban centers that produce them and lead to the ocean.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Castro. And now I'd like to offer the opportunity to Secretary General Varelides to talk to us about the Greek perspective.
We are very glad and very honored to have this possibility to organize the Ocean Conference in 2023. We're looking forward to it. We want to build on the work that will be carried out by Panama and contribute to the next big international event on the oceans, that it's the UN Ocean Conference held by Costa Rica and France in 2025, so that we ensure continuity and integration of different efforts. Now, for us, what is very important, and I'm glad to listen to our colleague from Panama that referred to some of these issues as well. Sustainable tourism, this is very important. It's a very important pressure for many countries of ours. And of course, marine pollution, the issue of marine litter from plastics, but not only from plastic, but also from plastic. Clearly, this has to do also with the waste management that we do on land, because these are connected. And of course, another very important aspect is the aspect of governance. We need to build on governance. We need to do more, both nationally and internationally, in terms of enforcement of whatever we decide, because otherwise it's useless. And we also need to find smart ways to engage the private sector. And I believe this is very important, because national budgets, of course, can contribute, but compared to the private money, it's nothing. We need to mobilize private money. I think the oceans resonate with people. Many countries that live by the sea, it's an identical issue for the citizens, this connection with the sea. So I think there are ways to attract private money in cleaning operations and in general in ensuring the health of the oceans. Last but not least, of course, the issue of protecting biodiversity in the seas. And there are two aspects. One is the aspect within our territorial waters. And of course, there's also the issue of how we deal with marine areas that are outside, beyond national jurisdiction. And we wait to see how this issue will play out also in Montreal at COP14, so that we can find practical ways of dealing with it, having always in mind the governance issue, because for us it's extremely important that the rules of the game are clear and are the rules of law. For us, UNCLOS, United Nations Convention Law of the Seas, is the main legal pillar on which we should build whatever we do. And when we go in more detailed regulatory framework, IMO is the proper instrument to regulate things about shipping, which is another activity that, of course, contributes to marine pollution. And finally, and I close with this, overfishing is another important issue that we need to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for sharing your perspectives on the priorities that we continue to address in the growing and expanding and elevating dialogue that we're having in the Our Ocean Conference, and especially for incorporating the unique perspectives that both Panama and Greece will bring to this very important global dialogue. Before we end the panel, we do have time for a follow-up question for each of you, and I'd like to start with you, Dr. Castro, and ask you, how can the Eastern Tropical Pacific Marine Corridor, or CMAR, serve as a model to encourage others to take action at the national level, coordinate regionally, and support global goals such as 30 by 30?
El que podamos demostrar que los 4 países podemos trabajar en equipo, homologando normativa, fortaleciendo sistemas de vigilancia, no solamente en la pesca ilegal, sino otras actividades ilegales que se puedan dar. Y aspirar, ¿por qué no?, a poder tener un solo plan de manejo homologado para todo el corredor biológico. Eso va a necesitar mucho trabajo en conjunto, pero se puede hacer no solamente con los técnicos y científicos, sino también con la buena disposición de los políticos para poderlo lograr.
We wish to showcase that all 4 countries can work together and come together to make this one a fruitful initiative that can enhance early warning systems, both for natural disasters and as well as enhanced monitoring for illegal activities, illegal fishing, trafficking. It's going to take a long time. It requires dialogue, it requires patience, but it helps that our technicians are able to work together, and we wish to extend that work to the goodwill of the political sector as well, and to achieve, hopefully, an integrated management plan for all of the area with all 4 countries together.
Mucho trabajo en conjunto. See? Yes, very good. Thank you. Mr. Secretary General, how do you plan to meet the 30% conservation target by 2030? And how are you going to deal with pressures from main economic activities in Greece, such as shipping and tourism and fisheries?
In Greece, we have already covered with the status of marine protected areas the 20% of our territorial waters. So we are already in a good track to reach 30%. We are currently looking at new areas, marine areas, where we can expand this. I believe by 2026 we will reach 30%. Of course, as I said before, the challenge is how we will make sure whatever restrictions we apply, they are enforced. So it's a complex exercise. It's easy to designate the 30% as a protected area. It's harder to ensure enforcement. And as regards fishing, we have committed to ban fishing at the 10% of our territorial waters by 2030. I believe we will do that by 2025 according to the schedule that we have right now. Regarding tourism, through the Natura 2000 sites, which is the EU instrument to protect biodiversity, we ensure that we promote ecotourism. We don't want to promote massive tourism, so we focus on a different type of tourism in order not to have strong pressures on the sea and on the coastal biodiversity. And regarding shipping, we believe, as I said before, that IMO is the proper instrument to regulate shipping and make shipping greener, of course. From our side, we put a lot of pressure on the IMO, as Greece, also as EU, to make IMO drive towards greener policies, and we also participate in the Green Shipping Challenge established by US and Norway, and hopefully I think we will manage to show significant progress by 2030. Thank you.
thank you both again for sharing your perspectives. Let me tell you, I personally look forward to continuing these very important discussions next year in Panama and subsequently in Greece. I'd ask the audience to thank our panel for some wonderful insights and perspectives, and it's now my pleasure to turn the mic back to Assistant Secretary Medina.
Thank you, Rick. Well done. Thank you, panelists. Apologies, Dr. Castro. That's what happens when I try to do this without my glasses on. Apologies for getting your name wrong. So now we're going to turn to the next part of this discussion, which is to really drill down into why are MPAs and why is this 30 by 30 domestic ocean pledge so important. And we'll have a discussion among several of us. But let me just take a minute and say that we've talked a little bit about how much good news there is in the fact that we've created more and more of these MPAs, particularly thanks to the Our Ocean Conference. But still, we have so much work to do. There's only 8% of the planet covered by MPAs or any kind of protection right now. And as we said before, we're trying to get to 30%. 30% is what science tells us we need to conserve in order to have a healthy ocean. And it's part of a bigger push to get 30% of the planet conserved. There's another COP coming. I know this one seems like it is the COP to end all COPs, but there's yet another one in about a month in Montreal, Canada, called the Convention on Biological Diversity, and that's an equally important COP. We have a biodiversity crisis as well as our climate crisis, and we need 30% of the ocean conserved. We know that these conservation areas work, and there's some new research actually that comes from one of our own marine protected areas, the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument. Recently was the subject of a study that showed that the conservation benefits of MPAs extend well beyond their boundaries, which is why we're so keen to create more MPAs, and particularly to do it in places that are stressed, like Antarctica, like the high seas. But it's easiest to do it in a country's own national waters, which is why the pledge and the fact that these countries all stepped up to make this commitment to conserve 30% of their own ocean waters is so important. But let's dig into that a little bit more. I'm going to invite up to the stage now 3 more panelists who will tell us about that from their own perspective. First, I'd like to welcome up Chile's Dr. Julio Cordano. Please welcome him. Thank you, Julio, for being here. And then I'd like to welcome Jeremy Raguan from Seychelles, please. And finally, my friend Fiji's ambassador, Satyanda Prasad. Please come to the stage. So I'd like to ask each of you just to start off by telling us a little bit about what the ocean protection and MPAs means to you in your country. If you could start us off with just your opening reflections on why this is so important. Let's start with you, Minister Cordano.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak about this important topic. For Chile, of course, the marine protected areas are extremely important. We are very happy to say that we are already over 30%. We have managed to have 42% of our jurisdictional water under conservation. So we're very happy about that, but as Secretary Kerry already mentioned, it is not only about setting it in a paper, but it's also about implementing it, and that's the most difficult part. For Chile, it's also very important and very relevant in this COP, considering that our NDC incorporates our MPAs as the climate contribution from the ocean to our climate policies. And so we're gonna, our goal is to measure the co-benefits for adaptation and mitigation in our MPAs and make sure that those are reflected in our climate policies. And maybe the last thing I wanted to say is that we have a very big challenge, because one thing is to create an area that is protected, And another thing is to make it in an area that is ecologically diverse and ecologically significant. So we have, for example, the marine protected area in Rapa Nui in Easter Island, and that is a good combination of both. It's a very, very large marine protected area, but at the same time it's ecologically diverse and significant. And maybe that's an example that needs to be followed.
Thank you so much, Julio, and thank you for recognizing the importance of indigenous communities that are often at the center of our own conservation efforts in the U.S. and around the world. We can't do this work without them and without their indigenous knowledge that helps us understand the importance of these areas. So, Jeremy, now over to you, please.
Thank you so much for that question. As someone who's 28, who's grown up in a big ocean developing state, as it's been put, where 95% of our territory is the ocean. I've had the chance not to just wake up every morning and see the ocean, it's unavoidable, but be fed by it, play in it, grow up in it. And I've also had the chance of working on the Aldabra UNESCO World Heritage Site, one of these amazing places. There's only 50 marine UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and Seychelles is happy to have one of those, one of Africa's only. And when you get to work on a place like that, where you see a humpback whales breach, where you see so much things that 500 species of fish, lively coral, you can't help but feel rich, privileged, and also responsible. Seychelles has a legacy of conservation. 50% of our small area of land is protected. 30% of our ocean is protected, about the size of Germany. 15% being no-take. Actually, 32%, my president might dispute with me, 32% of our area is protected and 17% is sustainable use area. We're one of the first countries in the Western Indian Ocean to have a marine protected area. And these are the legacies we're built upon. So our blue economy, our way in which we look at ourselves depends on a healthy and resilient ocean. And our future is really about being blue and understanding how we can manage that for future generations.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, and thank you for reminding us that often a country, whether it's an island or even a small country on land, their ocean territory way outweighs or is much bigger than their land. They're ocean countries, not just land countries. And it's a hard thing for those of us from big land countries to think about that way. All right. Thank you. And finally to you, my friend Satyendra, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Assistant Secretary Monica. But first, let me preface my remarks by saying how pleased we are with the US's leadership in the ocean space on climate change generally and in the ocean space specifically. So refreshing and energizing. Fiji, like Seychelles, is an ocean state, 1.2 million square miles. We hold, it's traditionally we know that we hold the oceans not as sovereign territory, but we are stewards of oceans that we hold in trust for future generations, and we bring the traditional approach into the way in which we proceeded with the conservation and protection of oceans. So the first couple of steps Fiji has taken is to have developed a comprehensive oceans policy framework where we brought all the pieces together and then locked in our commitment for protecting 30 within a 100% marine managed area into our Climate Act, which is the law. So protection is now the law, and we are deeply committed to that. And at all layers of the oceanscape, we walk with the different layers. It is the 30% is made up of around 400 locally managed areas, and these are areas under the regulation, guidance, and control of local, largely indigenous communities, and they then sort of roll out into a larger 30% area. But as we think about 30%, I also pose the question back to international community that know also how hard it is for small states to put 30% of their marine areas into highly protected areas fiscally stressed countries. Many of these countries also face external debt pressures, and to take one revenue stream, a very important revenue stream, tuna and other fisheries, out of the equation, it is quite a big ask, and that we know it's a service that we are providing for the global community as well. And so there's great partnership, and we hope that this partnership that we bring to the table at conferences like this are the way in which we will ensure that the 30% commitment is not only locked in, that it is substantive, but also that it is irreversible. And I think we need to also move into that zone that the 30% protected areas of countries like Fiji and Seychelles and Chile, all of these are irreversible, and that for all time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I couldn't have said it better myself. These contributions are not just a gift to humanity. They are valuable. They have economic value and benefits that we all derive from them, and we have to find ways to bring funding and finance to make them financially sustainable for the islands and other small countries who provide that benefit to all of us. So let me turn and ask some questions now. We have a little time for discussion, which is great. So, Julio, you talked about your NDC and how important this was to your NDC. Explain how you calculated the contribution. Tell us about what the thinking was behind putting oceans in your NDC.
Thank you. Well, it's a combination of a story that has a root in our own national process, but also is an inspiration from the multilateral process. Just now we heard from Greece and from Panama, from the future Our Ocean conferences. We had also an Our Ocean conference in Valparaiso in 2015, and at that time maybe there was no clarity of how to proceed in protecting our ocean and to make sure that we make all these connections with people, with climate, with biodiversity, with local communities, with local authorities. So the conference in Valparaiso at Our Ocean really kickstarted a process that took us then to Paris in COP21 when we were negotiating the Paris Agreement, and we launched the Because the Ocean Declaration, which was widely supported by many countries. We managed to put the ocean in the Paris Agreement, and from that we started to build up a momentum that later on took us to our own national debate. We were preparing our NDC, and we had to be truthful to the ideas that we were promoting outside. So when we were developing our NDC, we said what type of component, what type of ocean component an NDC should have. And of course, we didn't want to create something parallel or new. We didn't want to invent the wheel. And the marine protected areas in Chile are widely supported also by communities and are planned and developed with communities. So we thought that it was an obvious step to marry the conversation on conservation and climate and make sure that all the co-benefits were in sync with one single effort. So I think that is a model, I guess. For us, it was a natural step, but I think it's a model. And you know, I'm very happy that Ambassador Prasad has just mentioned the need for finance and means of implementation, and try to make sure that we have a good cover for that. Just recently, yesterday actually, in our pavilion here, in the Chilean pavilion, we launched an initiative that is a consortium really of private entities that are going to be helpful in mobilizing funding especially from private sector, to make sure that funding will be flowing for the implementation of marine protected areas, which is a huge step. It's a very, very important step. We need to have a base in the funding of public funds, of course, that's a given, and the government needs to provide some funding, but there is a very important opportunity for the private sector to also come in and make sure that, for example, in tourism or in fisheries, sustainable fishery management, and many other activities that are related with the protection of the ocean can also have an opportunity for private entities to contribute. Everything in the framework of a coherent policy. So that's more or less the story in a nutshell. But thank you very much, and hopefully that we can share that example with others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julio. Ambassador, I know you're on short time fuse here, so let me just ask you quickly to tell us how it was that you all were persuaded to join our pledge, and how can we get other countries like yours and others around the world who haven't necessarily signed up yet to sign up?
So I think the point has been well made, and we should make it as many times as possible, that we know that ocean provides one of the best tools that we have on climate action. Nevertheless, even though we are individually large ocean states, all of us have to, the 30% of all of us adds up, and then it becomes a significant planetary climate tool. So we cannot take a back seat. All of us have to work together, build and broaden this coalition. We understand the scale of urgency as well. All of us, I know on this panel, we do, and I don't say this lightly, but when a country like Kiribati takes 500,000 square miles of its ocean out of the fishery stock, it is probably equivalent to asking a country like Saudi Arabia to switch off 15% of its gas and oil taps. So where we are in the climate space, we all need to dig deep, and very hard and bold actions are necessary. Fiji is doing its part, and I know that all of the Pacific countries will do their part, but everyone across the globe need to do their part as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador. I know you have to run, so I'll let you take off whenever you need to. Please join me in thanking him for being here and all his leadership on these issues and his country's leadership. Thank you to Fiji. Jeremy, last question to you. Talk about how to build political will around something, as we've hinted at it a lot here today, that there are trade-offs between conservation and extraction. And often we're up against well-funded and politically powerful industries that want to see these areas used for industrialization or for extraction. Talk about building political will in a country like yours around this, and the importance of young people and other aspects to the problem, like plastic pollution. How does that help you build the will to create domestic marine protection?
Thank you for that question. I mean, I have to think about one of my mentors who drilled into me really carefully the importance of evidence-based management. When you have the evidence out there, when you have the baselines, when you have the scientists on your side, everything should follow. That's where political will also has to be important. The political will at play and the political commitment at play, we've heard about making things irreversible. When you have the right evidence in front of you, when people are informed with that evidence, whether it's the public, whether it's the experts and decision makers, good things tend to happen after that. When we ignore the evidence at play, bad things tend to happen. So in Seychelles, when we think about our 30%, what led to that, Aldabra Atoll is a UNESCO site because of its extreme remoteness, extreme biodiversity and richness and uniqueness. People know it as the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean. I would say that's unfair because in its own right, it's got its own amazing uniqueness. But 50 years of protection, we've seen green turtle populations increase by 400%, return into their actual values. When you think about tourism, when you think about food security, all the other things that are around this amazing protected area is having spillover effects for the country and having economic value for the country. So when you have evidence that not only these things are protected and good for you, but actually provide your income, good things tend to happen. In terms of youth and the role of youth in this, young scientists, young policymakers taking up the call for this is key. It's about maintaining that political will. Generations may come and go, generations will pass, political parties may change, but when people know what is in their oceans and what is right in their ocean is theirs, they fight for it and they hold people accountable. Recently, the Seychelles Conservation Adaptation Trust, an NGO that basically manages the proceeds of the debt nature swap for Seychelles, one of its biggest outcomes this year was the creation of the word seagrass in Creole. So once people knew exactly what that word was, they could protect it and go out. So people can go out and see that seagrass, which when we think about it, NDCs, and we now have a blue NDC, where we are basically protecting 50% of our seagrasses and 100% of our seagrasses, so 2025 and 2030. And we link that to blue carbon, we link that to our healthy resilience. It all goes back to people understanding exactly what this means to them. I would end to say that when we want to have domestic action, it's important to have people connected to the international dimension. So as the ambassador mentioned about the BBNJ, the High Seas Treaty, small island developing states, a lot of other countries that do not have the means of implementation, they look to the BBNJ as a way of not just securing the high seas, but also securing their own protected areas, their own economic exclusive zone. So a country like Seychelles, if we want to protect 32% of our economic exclusive zone, it's going to take somewhere between 30 million and 50 million US dollars a year. That may not sound much to other countries, but that's 5% of our government's budget. That's within a fiscal space where we have to manage debt, healthcare, and other things. So when we think about the BBNJ and the impact it can have when it's meaningful, when it's equitable, whether it's access benefit sharing, whether it's about the kind of MPAs that are created within certain areas and regions, we must think about how those means of implementation come through. And it's not just finance, right? It's about cooperation, and there's regional security at stake. There's what the Honorable Kerry had already mentioned in terms of when we think about trafficking. So there's a lot of things with political will. We can collaborate with our regional partners to ensure that not only environment is protected, but human rights are protected, and far more than that is protected.
Thank you, Jeremy. I think you've hit on two really important points here. One, this area is beyond national jurisdiction. We've been focusing right now today on, at this event, on areas within country jurisdictions, but there is a big additional negotiation going on for the areas beyond national jurisdiction, which is half the planet. It's a huge amount of the planet that we still need to conserve, and we have no capacity to do it now. We have no law, no regulation that allows us as a planet to protect these amazing areas that live beyond all of our seas. So we very much appreciate, I very much, as someone who's going to be working hard on that negotiation, I appreciate that you've raised it. I also think you've said something that's sort of at the heart of everything that we've talked about here, which is in order to protect something, you have to know it. And it's hard to see oceans. You know, they look, to those of us on land looking out at them, they're just a flat surface, they're glass. But we know there's so much life and so much biodiversity and so much worth protecting, so much that we haven't even discovered yet. I think about NOAA's Oceanus Explorer and all the wondrous things that they uncover all the time living below the surface. And that's, I think, one of our key jobs, and particularly with this 30% protection domestically, it gives governments a chance to show people what's in the ocean that they're protecting. So it couldn't be more important. I want to thank you both for being here today to help us launch this pledge, and hopefully you'll help us get some more countries to sign up as well. So please join me in thanking our panelists. And if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you if you'll go back to your seats, because we have one final thing. I'm going to move over here. Bad when those mics interfere with each other. Apologies for that. So I have one last thing to do, which is to introduce to you a video from one of our other Ocean Pledge partners coming to us from down under. Please enjoy the video by our pledge cohort from Australia. Go ahead and cue the video.
Hello everybody, it's Tanya Plibersek here, Australia's Minister for the Environment and Water, and I'm coming to you from Canberra, Australia's capital, the home of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. It's with great pleasure that I'm able to deliver the news today that Australia has endorsed the Ocean Conservation Pledge. For us, this was an easy decision because, of course, it lines up so perfectly with our government's ambition. Shortly after we were elected this year, our government committed to protecting and conserving 30% of Australia's land and sea by 2030. By signing this pledge, Australia is joining our domestic ambition with a global movement that is critical to safeguarding marine life and to improving our resilience to climate change. We know that our oceans are a great moderator for our climate. They're one of the world's largest and most important carbon sinks, and ocean currents play a critical role in transporting heat around the globe. As an island nation, Australians have always given the highest value to healthy oceans. From beautiful beaches to coral reefs, kelp forests, deep ocean trenches, towering seamounts and mangroves. They're a source of leisure, of economic strength and of our national identity. That's why we've signed on to the Ocean Pledge. It's why we're working to stamp out marine plastics and pollution, and it's why we're working so closely with our Pacific neighbours as they confront the crisis brought about by climate change and rising sea levels. This pledge is another step in the right direction for Australia and for the world. It's something that we're very proud to be part of. I encourage other governments to join us in this pledge to increase our national efforts and to help protect our precious oceans. I extend my thanks to the United States for leading this pledge and look forward to working closely with you all as we fight to ensure a healthy, productive and prosperous ocean.
All right, so you guys are the true ocean champions. You must love oceans as much as I do. You've been here through the whole panel. Thank you so much. I want to ask your help, which is to help us convince other countries to sign this pledge. We need all of you. We need every single person you can talk to help us grow the number of countries that have joined into this pledge. And so I'm counting on all of you, ocean champions out there, to help us reach this goal of getting more and more countries to sign on to protecting 30% of their own waters. That will help us have a healthier planet. And I want to give a shout out again, I do this every time I get a chance, to the production team who had many moving pieces. They work all day long to put on a great show for everyone here, and we're thrilled that you're here helping us. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the countries who have hosted the Our Ocean Conference. Thank you to the countries that are going to host the Our Ocean Conference. And I finally want to thank my most important team member, Monica Dean, who actually thought of this Ocean Pledge and has driven it from the very beginning. She's given me every talking point I delivered to every country, and I want to thank Monica especially for all her work on this. And with that, thank you, everyone. Dr. Spinrad, thank you for all you all do, and thanks to everyone for being here today to help us kick off what will hopefully be a growing number of countries to join our pledge. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Stick around because at 3 p.m. we have Building a Multi-Stakeholder Mechanism with Indigenous Peoples to implement the Forest Tenure Pledge of $1.7 billion. Hello and welcome to Building a Multi-Stakeholder Mechanism with Indigenous Peoples to Implement the Forest Tenure Pledge of $1.7 billion. And now I'd like to welcome to the podium our moderator for this event, Selena Sanu, IPARD Program Deputy Director and FSC Indigenous Foundation Africa Regional Director. Please give her a warm welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. So as we've been told, this evening event is building a multi-stakeholder mechanism with the indigenous peoples to implement the forest tenure pledge of 1.7 billion. And this evening, we are going to be listening to several experts from the panel on this topic. This afternoon's event was co-organized by the FSC Indigenous Foundation and USAID, and they will present current efforts to build partnership with indigenous peoples and local communities for climate action, and USAID's contribution towards the forest tenure indigenous peoples and local communities pledge. The Indigenous Foundation and USAID have invited indigenous leaders to discuss how climate change disproportionately impacts indigenous peoples and how multi-stakeholder collaborations and partnerships are necessary for effective climate action. So without much ado, I would like to invite our first panelist, who is Dr. Lauren Becker, USAID Senior Policy Analyst and Inclusive Development and Environment Advisor. Dr. Becker is a Senior Policy Analyst and Inclusive Development and Environment Advisor in the Office of Policy at USAID, where she has been involved in the development and implementation of USAID's new climate strategy and USAID's policy on promoting the rights of indigenous peoples. As a member of the Office of Policy, Foreign Policy Engagement Team, Dr. Becker regularly coordinates with other USAID, the National Security Council, and other U.S. departments and agencies to advance the development policy priorities. Throughout her career, she has worked to advance indigenous people's rights. I therefore invite her to the podium to do her opening remarks, and she will be speaking to us on the USAID 2020-2030 climate strategy and policy on promoting the rights of indigenous people. Dr. Becker, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today at the U.S. Center, including the many virtual participants calling in from afar. We are joined today by esteemed Indigenous representatives and experts. So thank you for joining us. And thank you more than anything and your communities for your role as critical forest guardians. Indigenous peoples effectively manage over 25% of the world's land surface, and these lands are critical for sequestering carbon, preserving biodiversity, and promoting adaptation and sound land and resource management. And these sacred lands are also critical to your cultures and livelihoods. It is well recognized that Indigenous peoples are leaders in sustainable environmental preservation and natural resource management. And in places where Indigenous peoples hold secure tenure rights, climate and environmental outcomes, including preventing deforestation, are as good as or superior to outcomes in other protected areas. It is for this reason that over 20 bilateral and philanthropic donors came together last year at COP26 to announce an initial collective pledge of $1.7 billion of financing from 2021 to 2025 in support of Indigenous peoples and local communities' forest tenure. Now, this is not a new fund with a central allocation mechanism, but rather a pledge by donors through their own mechanisms and processes to mobilize greater and more effective support for forest communities to channel support to Indigenous peoples and local communities, including through capacity building and financial support for defending rights and territories and securing collective governance, tenure, and land and resource rights. It's a pleasure for me to call attention to the launch of the first report of the Forest Tenure Funders Group, which identified almost 1/5 of the $1.7 billion pledge was implemented in 2021. And this report is available online, so please do consider checking it out. I also want to note that 3 new donors have joined the pledge this year, so the pledge does continue to grow and evolve. While USAID is just one of these 23 donors, I'll share some of our experiences with the pledge. We have a new climate strategy at USAID released at Earth Day of last year. For us, addressing climate change is a key priority, and this ambitious strategy guides our work and identifies targets for direct action and systemic change, and specifically includes commitments to partnering with Indigenous peoples and local communities to lead climate action and to support the implementation of nature-based solutions, forest conservation and management, and to deliver adaptation, mitigation, and other co-benefits. We recognize that working with Indigenous peoples to secure their tenure rights is a key approach to achieving global climate ambitions. USAID has worked for decades to help secure the land and resource rights of people around the world, and we're deeply committed to working with and partnering with Indigenous peoples and your representative organizations to advocate for and exercise your rights to self-determined development as detailed in USAID's policy on promoting the rights of Indigenous peoples. More broadly, USAID has also announced our commitments to localization and locally led development. Last year, Samantha Power, our USAID administrator, announced a target to provide at least 1/4 of all of our funds directly to local partners by the end of 2025. Such direct partnerships are critically important, though we will note that doing so can be challenging, requiring additional time and staff capacity. So USAID is working to update and enhance our policies, our practices, our staffing, skill sets, and priorities so that we can more effectively be partners to local organizations, including Indigenous peoples, and expand these locally led development efforts. The agency will also take steps to ensure that by 2030, 50%, half of our programming will place local communities in the lead to co-design a project, set priorities, drive implementation, or evaluate the impact of our programs. So these commitments reflect the multifaceted efforts underway, including, in addition to direct funding, to shift power to local actors by creating space for them, for you, to exercise leadership over priority setting, as well as design, implementation, measuring, and evaluation, etc. So in order to build effective partnerships with Indigenous peoples, USAID seeks to engage our Indigenous partners in co-creation processes to co-design and co-implement climate interventions and other development programs. One example of this is our Amazon Indigenous Rights and Resources Program, which seeks to conserve biodiversity in the Amazon, and to do so is providing capacity strengthening for Indigenous territorial management, land and resource monitoring and advocacy, and working with a number of regional and national Indigenous federations, including COICA, as well as for regional, as well as federations in Brazil, Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, and Suriname. And in a minute, my colleague Nico will share information on USAID efforts in co-creating development programs with Indigenous peoples organizations in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Across the board, USAID recognizes that Indigenous peoples are key stakeholders, partners, and agents of change in addressing the climate crisis, while also noting that that many of your communities are too often marginalized, under threat in your own territories, and underrepresented in climate decisions. And so it is for this reason that USAID remains committed to the Indigenous peoples and local communities Forest Tenure Pledge, the ongoing collaboration with the Forest Tenure Funders Group, and the Global Alliance for Territorial Communities and other stakeholders to channel support, including increasing direct support to Indigenous peoples and their organizations. And throughout this event, I look forward to hearing more from Indigenous leaders, representatives, and experts on how we can further collaborate on these efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Nicodemus Nicodemus Chamu, who is the USAID Environmental Program Management Specialist based in the U.S. Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and is going to be speaking to us on USAID's contribution to the indigenous peoples and local communities forest tenure pledge. He's also going to be featuring on one program example through the program cycle. Thank you very much, Mr. Jamu, and you're welcome to the podium.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I have a PowerPoint presentation that we're going to walk through together. Please. Okay, what we are trying to do here is to move, from the pledge to the implementation. Now, we had a pledge in 2006, 2021, and now in 2022, where are we with the pledge? So, what I'm going to do here is to give you one concrete example of what we have been able to achieve on the ground. Okay, my presentation here is going to be, we have only 10 minutes, so I'm going to run through very quickly, and we will have questions at the end. So I'm going to talk about indigenous people and forest conservation in Democratic Republic of Congo. I will talk about forest conservation and climate change in the Democratic Republic of Congo. USAID forest conservation activity focusing on indigenous people. Now I'm going deeply down to hit the indigenous people. And then how do we engage with indigenous people? And talk about the co-creation, which is one concrete example of activity that we have designed with indigenous people. Okay, here I'm talking about the pledge. We all know that already, so I'm going to skip it. But one thing that I want to point out here is that the pledge was for capacity building and financial support to indigenous people and local community groups, collective governance, management system, collective livelihood, activity to secure, strengthen, and protect indigenous people and local community land and resource rights. Okay, now just an overview of indigenous people in the Congo Basin. You see, we have 4 different groups of indigenous people over there. We have the Buti, the Baka, the Batwa, and the Twa. The map over there shows at least how they are all spread. It means that we have a good number of indigenous people in the Congo Basin and in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So they are very significant. It's something to take into consideration. Okay, this is the description. There are original people living in the forest. You all know that. But although they have all this knowledge of the forest, although they deserve, respect and so on and so forth, they have been very poorly managed and marginalized. And today is a call for action. How can we reverse the situation? Okay, we have international policy to help us move the pledge to the implementation. You have the International Convention on Indigenous People. You have the UN Declaration on Indigenous People. You have now at the national level, we have the government recently enacted law on the right of indigenous people. This is at the national level. So we move to the international level, down to the national level, we have policy that will help us to implement the pledge. Now, this is the program that I work for, the Central African Regional Program for the Environment. What we do protected area management, and we do the co-management with indigenous people. We work on mitigation through community forest concession, agroforestry, afforestation. We work on private sector and clean energy. And then we work on capacity building. And then the technology. This is for biodiversity conservation and climate change mitigation. Now, what we did after the pledge, we started with an assessment. The assessment of the indigenous people in general. And then we move down to another assessment to understand how can we better engage with indigenous people. And then we use the community forest concession as a tool to promote, the land rights of indigenous people. Because the community forest concession is in the law. Community can ask for that community concession. So we are using that as a vehicle to promote land tenure of indigenous people. And we have also the Tanganyika Conflict Mitigation and Reconciliation Project. That one is to secure the livelihood of indigenous people. And then we have the locally led agroforestry with the University of Kalemi. This is what we call natural-based solution, working with indigenous people, promoting indigenous plant species for agroforestry. And then we have scholarship program for indigenous people. Right now, we have 8 indigenous people at the University of Kalemi, fully paid for their studies. 3 of them are doing public law, and 5 are doing agriculture. Out of the 8, 1 of them turned down. So we still have 7 ongoing, which is good. So we have 7 indigenous people now at the University of Kalemi studying. So now we have the new partnership initiative to advance the right of indigenous people. This is a tool that the U.S. government created. We call it the new partnership initiative of advancing the right of indigenous people. It's a new tool that the U.S. government created to really push the implementation of the pledge. Now, the project that I'm talking about, the co-creation project that I'm talking about, that we work together with indigenous people to get it on the ground, it's a 10 million program. And it's centered around protected areas, so we are working with indigenous people around protected areas. And that protected area, we are focusing on peace, security, prosperity, and we are engaging with indigenous people. And also putting in place this policy, the policy of promoting the right of indigenous people, which is a roadmap for us to advance the implementation of the pledge in the region. And we are committed to localization, meaning that we focus our activity on the ground. Now, the co-creation that I was talking about is to reach the community right from the beginning. And then you sit down together and design the program together. We are not talking about consultation. We are not talking about consent. We are talking about co-creation, which is something different from consent. And during the co-creation, these are the things that came up very strongly from indigenous people. They talk about food security, livelihood, physical security. So the co-creation identifies so many other areas, but these are the main areas where they focus their attention on. Now, for the next step for us to really advance the pledge, we are going to increase the engagement of indigenous people in community forest concession for them to get access to land tenure, to land rights. And then we are going to integrate them in the management of protected area because they know the forest better than anybody else. So we are going to integrate it as part of the team managing the protected area. We are going to engage with them for sustainable agriculture and natural resource management because this is one of the things that came up very strongly during the co-creation. And we are going to target our programming now, focusing on climate change policy with indigenous people. So this is one of the biggest results that I want to share with you. One thing that we noticed right from the beginning is that we are talking about engaging with indigenous people. Some of them, that they don't even have citizenship. They don't have IDs. They don't have birthday certificates. So what we did, we started working with the government. And just last October, during the International Indigenous People Day, more than 100 indigenous people, they get their birth certificate or national identity card. And then, because we are talking about how to get funding to indigenous people for them to implement their activity, right now the mechanism is very difficult, but we have 2 indigenous people groups that are going to be sub-partners under this co-creation. And they are the network of indigenous people, which is Repaleac in Central Africa, and then the Pygmy It's an NGO of indigenous people in Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you.
Okay, now we get into the second part of the conversation, and I would like to invite the panelists who will be coming up here to speak to us. The first one that I'm calling on is Levi Sucre, who is the coordinator of the Global Alliance for Territorial Communities. Levi, welcome and sit on that side. The second person is Ms. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim. Is she there? Thank you very much. She's also the FSCIF Council member. Thank you. Welcome and sit here. Then we have Dr. Basiru Isa, who is the Secretary General of Repaliak. Welcome, Dr. Basiru. And lastly, let me call Mr. Rodion Sulyanzika, who is the Permanent Indigenous Peoples Committee, PIPC. Thank you, and I hope that your micros are working. We just have one question that each one of you will speak to. So again, I will start with Sucre, and this is the question is about how is climate change affecting indigenous communities in your region? How can we build strong partnerships with indigenous peoples to enrich climate action? Welcome. 5 minutes and no more.
5 minutos más la traducción 10. Bueno, a lo que vinimos. Yo no sé cuántos de ustedes están esperando el cambio climático. Les voy a dar la mala noticia. El cambio climático ya está. Y en los pueblos indígenas ya tenemos efectos directos que por eso se está hablando ya de pérdidas y daños. Están afectando nuestros medios de vida, nuestros territorios y nuestra alimentación.
Well, 5 minutes of me speaking and 5 minutes of translation is 10 minutes. So, sorry about that. So, I don't know how many of you are still waiting for climate change to happen. I have bad news for you, for all of you that are still waiting for it. It's already here. And the indigenous peoples are seeing the direct effects of this in their lands. And that's why we are talking about loss and damages. It is directly affecting our forests, our territories, our rivers, and our homes.
¿Cómo resolver esto? Recibimos el informe del acuerdo del 1.7 billones. El resultado, en un año, 19% ejecutado y solo el 7% de ese 19% fue directo a las comunidades. ¿Qué significa? Acuerdos nuevos ejecutándose con las prácticas viejas. Así no vamos a resolver nada.
So, how do we resolve the problem? We've recently seen a summary of the report of the results of the $1.7 billion pledge, and the results have shown that 19% of the pledge has been executed in the year since it was agreed. But of that 19%, only 7% have reached local communities. So what we are seeing is new agreements, but working with old mechanisms, and that way we are not going to achieve anything.
Esto nos indica que no se trata de promesas, se trata de cambio y de acciones. Y en esta COP, nosotros de la Alianza Global Comunitaria nos hemos concentrado a reforzar aquellas iniciativas que han empezado a dar este cambio.
So that means that it is not just about pledges, It is about changes and actions. And at this COP, we, the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities, have focused our efforts on emphasizing the initiatives that we have in place to achieve this real change.
No queremos que las necesidades y las actividades de los pueblos indígenas nos los metan en un marco lógico. Queremos que ese marco lógico vaya donde nosotros y que se ajuste a nuestras necesidades. Ese es el cambio que estamos impulsando.
We do not want the needs and activities of indigenous peoples to be fit into a bureaucratic framework. We want the framework to come to us, for the framework to be adapted to our needs and our activities.
Lo que nos da optimismo es que ya varios han aprendido esto. Y es donde por ahí es donde debemos seguir trabajando, por ahí es donde debemos seguir impulsando cambios para que todas estas promesas de inversión hacia los pueblos sea una realidad y no sea simplemente una promesa como ha sido hasta ahora.
We do have a sense of optimism, however, and that's that we can see that our message is starting to get through. We are seeing that this is the way to keep working in the future, the way to keep promoting changes, because we need to make sure that these pledges made to indigenous peoples become realities and not just empty pledges.
Para finalizar, me gusta el concepto de co-construcción. Pero una co-construcción con información previa, con información adecuada para que podamos dialogar. No es solamente sentarnos en una mesa a escuchar qué van a hacer por nosotros, sino darnos las herramientas, la información y generar el conocimiento para poder co-construir juntos.
To end, I want to say that I really like this idea of co-creation, because if we don't have previous information, if we don't have adequate information in order to really be able to discuss and build solutions together, then all that will happen is that we'll be sitting at the table, listening to other people telling us what we need to do. That is not the way forward. The way forward is to build together.
Salina, si nos queda más tiempo, seguimos hablando, ¿te parece?
If we have any more time left at the end, we can continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sucre, for those very excellent words. Now let me move to Ms. Umaru Ibrahim, who is also the coordinator of AFPAT in Chad. Welcome, and tell us again, how is climate change affecting indigenous communities in your region? How can we build strong partnerships with indigenous peoples to enrich climate action?
Thank you, Selena. Is that working? Okay. Thank you, Selena, and hi, everyone. I think my brother said all what you need to understand. He really said all from the most important things. We don't want to talk about the climate impact, as he said, because the climate impact is back home already. Before I come here 1 week, I spent here 2 weeks already. There was a huge flood that flooded all Chad, Cameroon, Nigeria. From the one in Chad, my own family are under floods. So I got like 4 generations stuck in one house that living because our home flooded. So it's not someone else who can tell us about the climate impact. We are living it, and we are living it back home, that every single day. I'm here talking about the climate change, but my family are experiencing directly. So we don't need to talk about that. Maybe it's better that we focus our energy on how we can resolve it, how we can build the solutions, how we can bring hope back home. But of course, we are talking about the 1.7. I think you all know about it when we launched it on the 2nd of November. I was in the state. I was very happy. We are in the U.S. pavilions. I spoke after the Prime Minister of England of UK and also the Prime Minister of Indonesia. I spoke before Biden. I'm like, yes, they give the place for indigenous peoples because they recognize indigenous peoples and all. 1 year later, as my brother said, what was the result that we're hearing from? 19% of the money already went. That means about 300 millions. From the 19%, so 100% of this 19, only 7% went to the indigenous peoples, about 17 millions. And actually, we wanted to know where is the 17 millions? Which indigenous organization that can say, I got 1 million or got 2 millions? We do not figure out that. The 83% went to the big NGOs, government, local authorities. So is that really the funding that announced it to the indigenous people's direct access funding? This is the only questions that all of us are asking. And that's also what my brother here said. We didn't coordinate our speech, but we do have that all together asking those simple questions. And we hear that this money is already the existing funding. So it is not new. The new is very little. And we decided to create what is the meaning of the direct access funding for indigenous peoples. We work over 10 principles. Through the 10 principles, we say, firstly, indigenous peoples must define what they want to be a partners. We cannot have donors and recipients. We must have financial partners and action partners. If we have the CEO of the companies, indigenous peoples as a CEO also of the forest, of the land, of the territories, of the resources. So we must sit together and decide together. The second thing we say, it is important that indigenous peoples decide which partners that we wanted to work with. If I wanted to work with FSC, no one can just tell me that go work with WWF. If I wanted to work with WWF, no one can tell me go work with the FSC. So this is the way that I can choose the partners that I need if I need it. If I don't need it, why not? The money can go directly to my organization. And how we are going also to have the criteria ourselves. Not that, as he well said, that the partners, financial partners, define the criteria to us. We must define the criteria, and they must follow. We follow them too long, for too much. We ended up with the climate impact. They must follow us. They must respect the way that we want the money to be. We want transparency, but we have our way of transparency. We have our governance system that we can use with the protocol. So that which kind of the partnership that we are looking for. So for the rest of 81% of the money, we hope that is going to change, going directly to the indigenous peoples, decided by the indigenous peoples, all these implementations. Thank you.
Very much, Hindu, for that very exciting remark. So let me now move on to Dr. Issa, who is the Secretary General of Repaliak. Welcome, Dr. Issa.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a big honor to be on this stage, on this panel, to share our little experience with all these panelists. And also permit me to greet Mr. Chouamo. He is from Cameroon like me. So it's a great pleasure meeting you here. So I think today, as Hindu said, is more of wasting time coming about the impacts of climate change. What are the solutions? And I think today, when we talk about how can we build a strong partnership with indigenous peoples, it is a bit disappointing at this point. It is a bit disappointing because funds and pledges that are made for indigenous peoples have been used in developing policies for big NGOs, especially for these intermediary organizations. And if you look closely, these intermediary organizations are working more to satisfy their auditors than to satisfy indigenous peoples. Because, for example, they will develop internal control policies. They will say indigenous peoples don't have the capacity to receive funds and distribute because their auditors will do this and their auditors will do that. And in that way, they keep on hiring consultants. They keep on developing internal control policies. It's good. But that is why you see 93% of the money will never reach indigenous peoples. Yes. And for me, let me say something which is very stupid. We prefer that money to go and be embezzled by indigenous peoples for indigenous people than for it to contribute in developing strategies and working for auditors. It is very stupid. But I think in that way we can have a solution. In that way we can have a solution. And at any time, only 93% is remaining within this organization. Because what happens is that the pledge is given, yes, it is given to an intermediary organization. The intermediary organization is maybe at the global level. They will subcontract with another subsidiary organizations. They also do another subcontract with another one. And indigenous people will only receive small grants. When you talk about small grant to indigenous people, it is discrimination. It is insulting. Why should indigenous people always receive small grants and big grants are reserved for others? And this way, believe me or not, the 97 or the 93% is contributing negatively to climate change. It is contributing negatively because people who spend this 93% are in cities. They will buy vehicles, they will travel, they will do this, they will do that, all with elements that contribute to global warming. And I think this should be taken into consideration. And I think the idea, like for example, with the FSC Indigenous Foundation of doing co-creation, that is the best. 2 days ago, I participated in a panel where someone was presenting on behalf of indigenous people and said, we want indigenous people to have this. I asked the person, stop. Did the indigenous people tell you that this is what they want? Stop talking on their behalf. They can talk on their behalf. They know their priorities. They know what they want and they know what they are going. So I think, like today, another stupid example. I will only be giving you stupid examples today. You see, for example, these big organizations, they are ready, for example, to spend $5,000 or $6,000 to bring one indigenous person in COP. Just to say that, yes, in their delegation, they supported one indigenous person. Whereas, if you tell them to give that $6,000 or $5,000 to that indigenous people to start a livelihood activity, they will say, no, 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 no. They cannot do that. So you see how, for example, indigenous. So I think we should change, we should have a mind change. We should change our minds. And I think today, the issue of creation is one of the best. Co-creation. That is, it is different from CLIP. And it is also different from, that is CLIP in general. Yes, FPIC. So, for example, co-creation. Listen to people. If you think that water is good for them, and they tell you that no, food is good for us, it's not because at the standard level, the World Health Organization will tell you that each person must have access to 20 liters of water per day per person. That is good for you. No, no. We are not working to satisfy standards, but let's work first of all to satisfy human beings. And finally, thank you for inviting me for this panel. And I think I will finalize by saying that, for example, in DRC, I think yesterday they have promulgated the law to protect the indigenous peoples, which is good. USAID is already working with Ripaliak in DRC, which is good. But I think there should be more engagement between USAID and Ripaliak at the sub-regional level. Because you know at the sub-regional level, you cannot talk forests without talking about COMIFAC, the Commission of Ministers of Forests for Central Africa. You cannot. Ripaliak has its institutions there. So I think there should be a need to work at the regional level. And finally, Salina, Ripaliak has developed a document that is a program to protect the forest and land rights of indigenous peoples for the Congo Basin. And I think we will be happy to share it with the USAID and see how together we can contribute to facilitate access to forest and land for indigenous peoples. Thank you very much and sorry for being long.
Thank you very much. I think that was very useful information that we have there. Let me now move to Mr. Rodio, who is the chair of our PIPC, to give us his remarks also on what he's doing in his territory to address climate change.
Hello, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first, let me thank the USAID and the Indigenous Foundation for bringing us together and to focus on this very important and critical issue we are discussing now, on what is going on in our respective region with regard to climate change and indigenous peoples, and how we can build a multi-stakeholder dialogue and to find mechanisms on our way to solution. Also, the most extensive resources development is taking place in my country, like Russia. Issues of climate change, climate justice, green economy as a concept, as a politics, received little attention. Over the past decades, Siberia and the Russian Arctic has gone through the most unprecedented transition in human history. Warming at twice the rate of the rest of the world, the northernmost region of the planet is increasingly perceived as an environment at risk. While climate change is becoming an epochal crisis for most nations, for Russia, warming temperatures and steady melting sea ice present a good opportunity to push forward big Arctic business initiatives, hopes of becoming the engines of the national economy. Since no country may be better positioned to capitalize on climate change than Russia, there is no surprise on what the number of the priority for Russia in post-pandemic world will be. Climate change and economic opportunity becomes the same. With regard to the second portion of our meeting today, how we can create a reliable partnership and multi-stakeholders mechanism for direct access to the climate finance. Two main factors we should keep in mind. The first one, new developments are blocked or practically impossible to implement due to the system that was put into place a long time ago and is still based on colonial or paternalistic policies of the past. It means that trust and capacity building needed, transparency and awareness to be promoted, accountability and management at all levels must be. But we must have our rights, our basic rights, which are not concessions or privilege. This is the basic rights, including our self-determination and land rights. And secondly, often when the progress is made so far, it becomes evident it lacks follow-up mechanism. And I think we are all together need to create such kind of dialogue and mechanism which could help indigenous peoples to have direct access to their climate solution. But we should avoid centralization or monopolization at this financial market. We should avoid corruption and indigenous washing, because when we are dealing with the big money, it's getting more realistic, and we should be prepared well. And finally, importantly, while indigenous peoples are at the front lines defense for our future, defending the planet has never been more fatal for them. In 2019, it was reported that 40% of the land and environmental defenders who lost their lives belonging to indigenous peoples. And our joint responsibility is to emphasize humanizing the climate change impact and provide a profound link between human rights and environmental issue, and bring indigenous voice and testimonials to the face of climate change. So it's a timely task to design a new roadmap and multi-stakeholders partnership, and to find a balanced solution and financial mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rodio. Time is really not on our side. I would like to invite you to give to our presenters, all of them, a big applause for the wise words, the inspiring words that we've heard from them, and to say thank you very much. Now, last but not least, I would like to invite the Managing Director for the FSC Indigenous Foundation, Dr. Francisco Sousa, to come up to the podium and to give us a summary of what really came out from all the presentations today, and also to give his closing remarks. Thank you very much, Dr. Sousa.
Thank you, Salina. First, let me to thank you, my brothers and sisters, for this very important space to bring the indigenous voice as part of this very important conversation. Gostaria de agradecer la oportunidad de los hermanos y hermanas por traer las voces de los pueblos indígenas para esta discusión muy importante. Second, I'd like to thank the U.S. government, the USAID, also to give the space for the indigenous people to be here, to share. Especially share with you our perspective, how we think should be the most effective way to manage money, to build up partnership, and to face climate change. One important point that we hear from brothers and sisters here is the fact that the Mother Earth is already talk to us. But the way how the Mother Earth has talked to us is not to start today. For centers, we, indigenous people, we have respect. We have here. You have protect the nature, the Mother Earth, to serve you. That's why you are here today. Now the point is, why you want to talk about money here? Why the indigenous people bring the conversation about money at this stage? Because we think the money should be connected to the principle and the value that my sister Hindu has shared with you. The most effective way for us to think, to face climate change is to connect the climate finance as a way to scale up, is to connect the indigenous-based solution, to protect the Mother Earth, is through indigenous people. For centuries we have managed the Mother Earth. That brings a very unique opportunity for donors, for company, the government, that the indigenous people that we are talking here, we are talking about 3 target outcomes that we want to discuss with donors, investors, the government, private company, is the fact that the outcome that we bring to the table is the fact that the outcome that we have together, we partner directly with the indigenous people in local community, the opportunity to maximize impact. To maximize impact on positive way to protect the mother nature. But at the same time, is partner directly with the indigenous people in local communities, the opportunity to reduce risk. To reduce risk to business, to reduce risk to government, and also to reduce risk for everyone on this planet. The indigenous people, what we bring to the table now is the fact that for us to be successful in that direction, the conversation that we are talking here is not about money. The outcome that we want to achieve is self-development. The outcome that we want to achieve is self-governance. The third outcome that we want to achieve is self-reliance. If we together we are not able to achieve these three target outcome, everyone is going to fail. Because the indigenous people, the local community at the end, they are not going to have the full enable condition for us to protect the main asset that we bring to the table, which is the mother nature. And then to work together with the business, private sectors, and everyone on this planet. How would be the way, why we are important on this conversation? We are talking about the most important managers on this planet. We are talking about the managers that we have protect and manage 25% of the planet. We are talking here about the opportunity for the indigenous people, local community, to bring to the table centers and centers of knowledge. We are talking here about the opportunity for the indigenous people also to bring the possibility to create indigenous-based solution as a way to mitigate any critical challenge or risk that we are going to face in terms of the climate change. The USAID, they have opened the e-space or have a direct collaboration with the FSSA Indigenous Foundation. We guide by the principle, the value that we have here, have discussed. My brothers and sisters, they have shared with you. Now the question is that fact, we need to scale up. We need to replicate the model. If that is the key message that I'd like to share with you, to finalize, for us to scale up, for us to bring the indigenous people as partners. The USAID, any other donor is not going to be enough. We need to work together. That's why we need to have a multi-sectoral approach for bringing everyone, guided by the principal value in the way how we see the nature of the Mother Earth. Again, I just want to thank you, everyone, for being together with us here. Again, it's just the unique opportunity. It's the unique opportunity. Don't see the indigenous people in local community that we are discussing only money. We are discussing about the huge opportunity, the unique opportunity, it's the only opportunity that we have to scale up indigenous-based solution to face climate change and to achieve real outcome on the ground, work together with us, my brothers and sisters in different parts of the world. Thank you very much.
That concludes our event for today. Thank you so much for coming to the U.S. Center. We have our next event starting at 5:30 p.m. This is Accelerating the Path to the Paris-Aligned Maritime Greenhouse Gas Emissions by 2050 through cross-value chain collaboration. But before then, don't go far. At 4:30 p.m., we have our next NASA Hyperwall talk. It's going to be fantastic right here at 4:30 p.m. Thank you all for coming.
Hello and welcome to our NASA Hyperwall presentation, Space and Aircraft-Based Views of Biodiversity on Land and in Water, with Dr. Laura Lorenzoni.
I love this crowd. Thank you. Doesn't look like it's, Wednesday today afternoon? I thought by now everybody would be exhausted. I'm sure you all are exhausted, and we really appreciate you coming and joining us for this Hyperwall talk. Before I actually get started, today is Biodiversity Day, so we'll be talking about biodiversity. Before I do get started, though, I want to give a shout out to all of our NASA colleagues that made the Artemis launch a success today. We're really excited to be on our way back to the moon. And it's funny because oftentimes we're at a climate conference talking about climate change, talking about the amount of resources that we need, and we often get the question, why does NASA invest in space exploration? Think about all that money that could be used for other things, and it is true. However, what we like to remind people when we're doing milestones like this is that the technology that we developed for space exploration has direct applicability to our planet. And I'll give the example of the deep ocean. So we really struggle to understand our seafloor, the resources, the ecological resources that we have there. And we talk about things like exploiting those resources without necessarily knowing what is there, which it can be a little scary. And so the deep ocean is an environment that is extremely challenging. And so what we develop for space exploration has direct applicabilities to studying some of the challenges places on Earth. And understanding about our planet also helps us understand where we came from in terms of evolution and where we may be going. So everything is linked, and we love our colleagues that study space because we can piggyback on their advances and their technological developments to study our planet. So let's talk about biodiversity. Nope, wrong direction. All right. So today is Biodiversity Day, and why is biodiversity important? I'm sure I don't have to convince you that biodiversity really underpins resilience. We know that a diverse ecosystem has resistance to change, so is more resilient. And this is because ecosystems that have a diverse population can adapt faster because there's a little bit of overlap, but still a little bit of difference between the traits and the functions that the ecosystem does. And this is extremely important for us humans. So we depend on biodiversity to have healthy ecosystems on which we can rely on both for the air we breathe and for the food that we consume. So NASA has two very important programs that study biodiversity and then ecological conservation, and those go hand in hand with the work that we develop. And it can be a little bit challenging to study biodiversity from space, but we've really done amazing strides. And this animation shows you, it's from a specific Arctic network, and it shows you migrations of a variety of species that are indicated in the upper corner. And these are years and years of data. And only by having sustained observations can we really start to understand how species migrate, and then what are some of the drivers that impact their migration, their habitat use, and all of that feeds into understanding biodiversity. Now, the ocean is my favorite because I am an oceanographer, so it has a special place in my heart. This particular animation shows you sea surface temperature in the colors, so red is warmer, blue is colder, coupled with the movement of the ocean. And by studying our ocean consistently and in a sustained manner, we've come to really appreciate how it functions. And there's still a lot that we don't know, but the one thing that we do know is that there are multiple stressors now that impact our ocean. We have deoxygenation, we have ocean acidification, we have increase in temperature. And all those stressors coupled together are overlapping and are inducing changes in ecosystems that we still do not understand. Now, studying biodiversity is important because biodiversity is one of the first key indicators of potential change and potential irreversible change in some ecosystems. So understanding how biodiversity works in the ocean is critical for us to conserve that ocean. And you're probably also aware how important ocean resources are for example, medical resources. There's been a lot of sponges that have been in the deep ocean and also in shallow areas that we're looking at for potential cures for cancer. And there's still so much that we don't know because the ocean is a little bit challenging to do research on. Now, one of the things that we do know is that in the future, with climate change, we're anticipating that there's going to be a loss of species in some of the tropics and subtropical areas. And as we lose species, and this is a slide of a number of phytoplanktons that we have, and you can see the wonderful diversity that we have, and they live in different parts of our ocean in different strata because the ocean is three-dimensional, which makes it a little bit challenging to study with remote sensing. But we get around. So we know that with anticipated warming and climate change, we are expecting to lose a lot of species, which in turn is expecting to make the ocean less resilient. Now, one of the very favorite of fish are diatoms. They may not look it, but they're really yummy. And fish really rely on some of these phytoplanktons, well, fish, zooplankton, and then phytoplankton, zooplankton, and then fish. So as we change our food webs, we're anticipating also to be changing our food source from the ocean. So that 17% of our protein comes from the ocean. And understanding how then ecosystems and food webs are going to change is critical for our own resilience and sustainability. So I said it's a little bit challenging to study the ocean from remote sensing, so we have to use a variety of tools. And one of the things that we're doing for an ecosystem that is particularly sensitive is using drones. And this is footage from one of our investigators, Vet Chiraya at the University of Miami. This is in Guam. But if you, let's see, how many of you have actually gotten out to do some snorkeling? Show of hands. Oh man, people, you gotta go out. I mean, seriously, you are in one of the best places for snorkeling. And the really interesting thing about reefs in this area is that the Red Sea is a particular region that has been warming faster than other places. And the reefs in particular in the Gulf of Aqaba have a thermal range which is broader than most reefs. So it is expected that the reefs here, which experience about a 6-degree range change in temperature throughout the year, are more resilient than reefs elsewhere because they can adapt to potential temperature differences. So these reefs in Guam, reefs, you know, it's fun to go snorkeling. If I could, I'd be there right now. And with remote sensing, it can be a little bit challenging to study reefs. So one of the things that VET is doing is utilizing drones to do this. And if you've ever taken a picture of the surface of the water, it's a little hard to see what's below. However, he's developed a technology that's called fluid lensing, that can remove basically the water, which is a huge advance for us because we can then look specifically with the resolution of a drone at the kinds of species that are there. So this technology is really revolutionary for reef surveys. The other thing that we're investing in at NASA is the Marine Biodiversity Observing Network. And this is something that it started in the US, but now it's expanded to global scales. I mentioned it's hard to do this with remote sensing. We're trying to use drones, but we can't ignore the importance of having in situ measurements. So this is a partnership with NOAA, and we've had a number of sites that we've been funding for almost a decade. And the wonderful thing about the MBON project is that they go out on ships, they couple what they see in situ with remote sensing, and they're really building a baseline of how ecosystems are doing and how they are changing through time. And again, I mentioned that we have all these stressors that are coupled. So having a different set of measurements in these regions that you see in the map is really providing us with a way of deconvolving and understanding what are some of the most important stressors that are going to lead to ecosystem and resource changes. And one of the products from MBON is this map that was put together by Joaquin Trianes at NOAA and Maria Cavanaugh at Oregon State University that is called the Dynamic Seascapes. And so what they do is that they use our remote sensing. Again, remote sensing, remember, it gives you that global picture. So you might not be able to go down to species without combining that data with other tools like drones or in situ data. but it does give you the global picture, for example, of primary production or ocean color and sea surface temperature. So Joaquin and Maria have combined this into these dynamic seascapes that tell you how the ecosystems are doing, and they're combining, again, remote sensing with a variety of other data to understand how the range of certain species is changing, and that can be used as an indicator of how dynamic the biodiversity is and what are some of the drivers that are impacting it. Okay, so unfortunately enough about the ocean, because I have to talk about the 30% of our planet, which is our Earth. Studying biodiversity on Earth is a little bit easier, obviously, because it's not that three-dimensional. However, we do have trees and other things that make studying, especially animal movements, a little bit more difficult. So we do rely, you might remember that animation at the beginning, we do rely on satellite trackers to help us understand how species move and the kind of environment that they use. So this animation is just of the last, I want to say 5 years, and it shows basically how our land and our ocean are changing. And this is from the MODIS sensor. So colors on land is what you would expect. Green is plants. Browns are deserts. Whites are ice. And then in our ocean, we have the yellows are areas that are more productive, or for example, where they have river discharge, like here in the Congo River or the Amazon. And then areas that are deep blue are ocean deserts. So those are big ocean gyres where we don't have that much life going on. With these kind of information, we can actually see how our planet is changing on a regular basis. And again, I'm going to stress the importance of sustained observations, because without those sustained observations, we won't be able to, we can't distinguish between what is weather and what is climate, and we can't really predict what may be coming. Okay, and I'm going to give you an example of our biodiversity research of a wonderful charismatic megafauna like polar bears. So polar bears have been hit really hard because of climate change. Most Arctic species that depend on sea ice have. And in fact, polar bears, this is, the animation on the top is, shows also again a new animation of migration. But the most important thing about polar bears is that because they depend on sea ice, they've been spending less, they depend on sea ice to hunt, to migrate, to find mates. So this is a real resource for them. And sea ice has been decreasing. So this animation shows you from 2010 through now how sea ice has really, it's changing, and it's particularly how it's decreased, which then impacts polar bears really hard. And this is a figure of the amount of time that polar bears spent on sea ice in the 1990s. Oops, excuse me. And this is a graph of how much time the polar bears spent on sea ice in the 2000s. And it's a really dramatic decrease. And this has direct relationships on, for example, polar bear weight. So as you get skinnier, as you can't find food because you don't have sea ice, you're going to get skinnier, and then that impacts your survival. So again, we're seeing how some of our species are being directly impacted by climate change. And this is work by one of our research, Kirsten Ladry. So this is all great, and then what do we do now? So NASA is constantly investing in new technology to find ways in which we can explore biodiversity and basically understand our planet's ecology. One of our upcoming missions is the Plankton Aerosol Cloud and Ecosystem mission. It's the first hyperspectral mission we're going to put in space. And what that means is that it's going to be able to see the ocean in like super color. And why do we care about seeing the ocean hyperspectrally? Well, there's the different species of phytoplankton that I showed you a little while ago. We see them as, they're all green. They're actually not all green. There's slight differences between them. So by looking at our ocean hyperspectrally, we'll be able to pick out what kind of species are there. And we're going to be able to build a better database on how those species are changing in abundance and location. Another mission we're excited about is Glimmer. And this is a geostationary satellite that's going to be staring at the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to be able to see also parts of the Pacific Ocean and South Atlantic. And because it's geostationary, you notice that PACE orbits our planet, but GLIMMER just stares. So GLIMMER, what gives us, it's also hyperspectral, but it's going to give us that temporal resolution. So plankton in the ocean changes, really fast, because it's not like a plant that just sits there. It's driven by movements on the water, currents, and other drivers. So having that staring at the different species will really help us understand temporally how plankton changes, and then how is that linked to other resources like fisheries. And then the other thing that we're excited about is the Earth System Observatory, which is a compilation of 5 missions that are going to look at our planet, really complementary. The one that is most relevant for biodiversity is the Surface Biology and Geology. As the name indicates, it's going to be looking at pretty much everything biology. It's going to have a higher resolution, and it's also going to be hyperspectral to look at both the coastal ocean and species on land. And I meant to have a slide here for my terrestrial ecologists, and I apologize that I wasn't able to put one in. But definitely diversity of plants is also extremely important. And the hyperspectral measurements that PACE and GLIMMER and SPG are going to be able to take are also going to help us understand how plant diversity is changing. And think again, all our primary producers, which in turn we depend on, eat plants. So understanding plant diversity and how that is changing is also critical for us and for our survival. And this is my last slide, just as a reminder of the amazing fleet that NASA has of Earth-observing satellites that are staring at our planet day in and day out. And these kind of data really help underpin our understanding of climate change, and then that hopefully helps inform better management and better policies. And I want to thank everybody for sticking around and hearing this. Thank you. And if anyone has any questions?
So I just don't see PACE among these satellites. So when can we expect it to orbit the planet?
2024. Yeah, I wish, come back in 2024. So 2 years from now, so COP 29. COP 29 will have PACE flying. Yeah, it's the PACE is launching thank you for asking, in January 2024. GLIMMER should launch around 2027 and SPG 2028. So they're coming. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody. And I guess we'll have a little bit of NASA swag left. So hopefully it'll be enough. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to this latest iteration of the NASA Hyperwall Talks. Stick around, won't you? We have our next event showing up at 5:30 p.m. right here at the U.S. Center. Now, this is accelerating the path of Paris-aligned maritime greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 through cross-value chain collaboration. This is a huge one on Ocean Day, talking about decarbonizing the shipping sector with amazing, amazing cast of characters. You don't want to miss that. So stick around for that event. In the meantime, my colleague's going to bring up some NASA swag up at the stage up here. So stick around for the swag and stay for the events. Thanks, everybody.
This way. We need to keep the door clear here, so let's just move. She'll go this way. Thank you. Thank you. We need to keep this door clear. You guys got to move back. Please. Thank you. Okay, move back this way, this way. Yeah, you can line up on the stage. All right, there's going to be no more gear given out if we don't move away from the door.
Tanzania, and tomorrow we are going to Cloud Base.
Clear the door.
I'm Taylor. I'm the POC for the final.
Hello and welcome to Accelerating the Path to Paris-Aligned Maritime Greenhouse Gas Emissions by 2050 through Cross-Value Chain Collaboration. And now I'd like to welcome to the podium Ingrid Irigoyen, Director of the Aspen Shipping Decarbonization Initiative of the Aspen Institute. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome. I am Ingrid Irigoyen. I'm with the Aspen Institute. Welcome to this conversation about maritime shipping decarbonization. The United States plays a key role in the maritime decarbonization space. We have a large and important domestic maritime industry. We're one of the few large countries that can make a real difference in this space just by acting, by bringing our stakeholders together and making change in the policy realm. We're also one of the biggest importers in the world, and that's a whole lot of vessels coming from all over the world, in addition to the maritime transportation that we do domestically. We also play an important role on the global stage in forums like the International Maritime Organization. So we're here today to talk with some U.S. leaders from government, from ports, from academia, to talk about cross-sector collaboration, talk about the work that they're doing to help decarbonize the global shipping industry and our domestic shipping as well. I'm from the Aspen Institute, which is a US-based not-for-profit that works to foster collaboration and action to address society's biggest challenges, and this certainly is one of those. I'm with the Energy and Environment Program, where I lead our ocean and climate work, and a major focus of that work right now is the Maritime Decarbonization Challenge. Among the projects that we're leading is something called Cargo Owners for Zero Emission Vessels, which is a new effort to bring together the customers of the shipping industry who really need to be a part of this transition. And we have a number of leaders in this space who are really ready to do their part, which is fantastic. Among the actions that they've taken is a number of companies have signed on to commit to only use zero-emission shipping by 2040, which is a remarkable level of ambition, squarely aligned with 1.5 degrees. And we just recently announced a roadmap to 2040 where those companies are creating opportunities to shift from ambition to action. So I'm looking forward to a conversation with a number of leaders in this space, and I'd like to go ahead and welcome Elisa Cranes, who's the Deputy Director for Ports and Shipping from C40 Cities, which is an important initiative, and Elisa is an important partner of ours. So welcome, Elisa.
Thank you, Ingrid, and thank you to the U.S. State Department for having me here. My name is Elisa Cranes, and I lead Ports and Shipping Program at C40 Cities. Cross-value chain collaboration, which is the topic of the session, is not just necessary, it is imperative for the maritime shipping sector to get to zero by 2050. Shipping decarbonization cannot happen in a vacuum. It requires a global effort from governments, ports, shipping lines, energy and fuel companies, cargo owners, and regular consumers. As an organization of cities collaborating on climate action, we know that we have to work together to keep the 1.5 degrees alive. C40 port cities are committed to decarbonize their ports and their supply chains, but they're working on solutions together as a global network that has shared goals and shared commitments. This network, called the Green Ports Forum, was founded by the Mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti. And about 2 years ago, we started to work on green shipping corridors. In January this year, we announced the world's first trans-Pacific green shipping corridor connecting the ports of Los Angeles and Shanghai. This corridor is one of the busiest and the most carbon-intensive container routes in the world, responsible for moving over 40% of all goods arriving into the United States. We are committed to cut emissions on this corridor and have set near-term goals for 2025 and 2030 to get low and zero carbon fuel ships in operation on this route. But this corridor is not just about reducing emissions. It aims to catalyze transition to clean fuels and get the shipping industry to the tipping point of 5% by 2030. I think this corridor partnership sets a really good example for how cross-value chain collaboration can accelerate the path to zero. I'd like to play a short video that tells a story about how the partners from public and private sector, including direct competitors, are working together in this corridor partnership, joining their forces and combining their resources to achieve the goals of the corridor.
The climate crisis is a global phenomenon that demands urgent and collective action. Reducing emissions from maritime goods movement will be crucial to address a key source of greenhouse gas emissions and achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Green shipping corridors can lead the way, serving as a model for global maritime emissions reduction, showcasing cutting-edge innovations and catalyzing technological, economic, and policy efforts. C40 has partnered with the ports of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Shanghai to develop a first-of-its-kind green shipping corridor. This groundbreaking initiative brings together two of the largest global trade gateways and leading industry stakeholders to enable emissions reduction on one of the world's busiest cargo routes. Working together on a voluntary basis, these maritime stakeholders can share best practices and combine resources. Cities, port authorities, shipping lines, and cargo owners will all commit to reducing emissions and other pollutants from the origin port to arrival terminal, driven by several key goals: to phase in reduced life cycle carbon emission ships, improve the technical and operational efficiency of all participating vessels, and deploy the world's first zero-carbon fueled ships by or before 2030. As we move from planning to implementation, the partnership group will continue to lead engagement and advance the technology, advocacy, and investment needed to meet our goals.
So one last thing I'll add is that this corridor partnership has led us to launch a new green shipping corridor with Singapore, which was announced during the Green Shipping Challenge last week. This is not a competing corridor effort. It is very complementary to the work that we're doing with Los Angeles and Shanghai, and it is a part of our broader effort to decarbonize global goods movement. Thank you, and since I'm already up here, I will introduce our virtual speaker. So Chris Cannon, Chief Sustainability Officer from Port of Los Angeles, who wasn't able to be here in person today, sent us his video remarks. So please bring them up. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from the Port of Los Angeles. My name is Chris Cannon. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at the Port. We're very sorry we couldn't be there with you today, but the issues you are discussing are of critical importance to us and to the world. After COVID, climate change is the biggest crisis facing the world today. Everywhere we turn, we are hearing about extraordinary events happening due to extreme weather and resulting catastrophic impacts on people's lives. This is an urgent problem, and we can't afford to wait and see what happens. We have to come together as a world community and solve this crisis. The Port of Los Angeles is the largest container port in North America. Together with Long Beach, 40% of all imported goods arriving into the United States come through our port complex. We want to do our part to help fight climate change, and we believe that decarbonization of shipping can help make a difference. Earlier in 2022, we partnered with C40 cities in the Port of Shanghai to begin work on a green shipping corridor to help decarbonize the movement of goods along this critical route between the United States and Asia. As part of this effort, we have partnered with the largest shipping lines in the world and leading cargo owners, and we have agreed to begin introducing clean ships on this corridor throughout this decade. The partnership has even agreed to demonstrate and deploy a zero-carbon fueled ship on the corridor by 2030. We are all very excited. And then last week, we announced that we have begun discussions with Singapore MPA to create a green corridor between our two ports to focus on green and digital technologies, including development of low and zero-carbon fuel bunkering and continued deployment of green shipping technologies. We believe these new trans-Pacific partnerships will help us build a network of ports and stakeholders to collaborate on the decarbonization of maritime goods movement throughout the region and link to other corridors around the world. But green corridors shouldn't only be about containerized cargo. We need to be very strategic about goods movement overall and begin to identify goods movement corridors of all kinds on the ocean, across the land, and even in the air. We need to focus our resources and deploy the cleanest technologies along all of these key corridors while we talk about how to move goods and even people in a way that minimizes the world's carbon footprint. I want to wish you well today and on your panel and hope your discussions lead to more dialogue and development of solutions that we all can benefit from. Best to you, and have a good rest of your day.
Great. I'd like to welcome our panel to please join us up here. Everyone has their own microphone. Fantastic. Great, thank you. So we'll start our conversation first with Andrew Wishnia. You are the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Climate Policy at the U.S. Department of Transportation, and we'd like to hear what the Biden administration is doing to help support this important transition in maritime decarbonization.
Ingrid, thanks so much for having me, and thanks to the U.S. Center for hosting us, and thanks to this distinguished panel for being up here with me. You know, I think we're pretty clear at this point, within the United States at least, as to what the problem statement is. The problem statement from the U.S.'s perspective is that transportation is the leading source of greenhouse gases in the United States, more than any other sector now. You know, we've heard the statistic at this COP that if the maritime sector was a country, it would be the 10th largest by emissions. So we have an enormous challenge, but we also have an enormous opportunity thanks to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. You know, we have this Port Infrastructure Development Program under the purview of the Maritime Administration at the Department of Transportation, $2 billion program that was augmented in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to now focus on electrification planning, anti-idling, charging infrastructure inside the gate. We have a new program under the purview of the Federal Highway Administration, which has purview in the United States for roads, bridges, pedestrian, bike facilities. That agency now has an additional $400 million. We have another agency within the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Federal Transit Administration, which has a new low and zero emission ferry boat program. So regardless of modes, we have a number of programs that touch on port infrastructure. And it turns out that's a good thing, because 87% of emissions, according to a recent U.S. study, actually happen on the land side. So we at the Department of Transportation, with the new authorities in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, with the new authorities with the Inflation Reduction Act, have a powerful story to tell and to catalyze international cooperation. And that's exactly what we're doing, because on the international side, we are inking agreements with the United Kingdom, we're inking agreements with our friends in Canada on green shipping initiatives and green shipping corridors. And these are building blocks on top of all of the investments up to this point over the past couple of years that we've made under the Clyde Bank Declaration, under the Quad Shipping Task Force. You know, these are both market signals, but also a galvanizing moment to act. And that's what we're here for. We've heard about Implementation Plus at this COP. We're here to act, and we can do so now if we're all working together.
Thank you. David Cummins, you are the President and CEO of the Blue Sky Maritime Coalition. We'd like to learn more about that. Would you tell us about your initiative?
Sure, real quickly, and thank you for inviting us to be here. Blue Sky Maritime Coalition is a relatively new group that's made up of ship owners, fuel providers, engine manufacturers, design firms, shipbuilding yards, class societies, academia, law firms, financial institutions that lend money, and insurance companies, anybody and everybody that touches the supply chain where part of it floats. So we're looking way beyond the fuels and the vessels to anything and everything that causes maritime activities to happen, and we're trying to decarbonize that in the U.S. and Canada in a domestic way between now and 2050. And it's quite the challenge, but it's also it's a bit of almost a pilot for what happens in international shipping. So we're able to innovate in some ways a little bit faster. We're also dealing with a completely different problem set than international shipping, because most of the emissions come from tugboats and small offshore supply vessels. And these are vessels in the freshwater areas that run for 60, 70, 80 years. So getting anything done by 2050 is not about overturn of vessels or anything. So anyway, we've been in existence for a little over a year, and we've gone from 22 founding members to over 100 members now, and we're interfacing with governments of U.S. and Canada and great organizations like Aspen Institute and Department of Transportation and Energy, and really, really glad to be here.
Hey, thank you so much. Next, I'd like to introduce Leah Dundon, who's the director of the Vanderbilt Climate Change Initiative. And we'd like to know how you're working in this space and how you're working with David in the Blue Sky Coalition.
Great, thanks. So I'm in the engineering school, and the Vanderbilt Climate Change Initiative has two focuses. One is climate change education, and the other is marine shipping decarbonization. And we were one of the founding members of Blue Sky, along with many other entities, including other academic institutions. And we were really interested in this, in particular because of our research area, but also because decarbonizing marine shipping really will take a value chain approach. And the formation of Blue Sky is in particularly a novel and new approach. So we are aware of only very few and recent emerging coalitions, value chain coalitions such as this, but not involved in sort of reaching net zero decarbonization. The investor and market push around, and maybe coming regulatory push around Scope 3 emissions, has definitely gotten many value chain entities to start talking to each other, and we really think that that is what it's going to take to reach net zero. So the Blue Sky in particular, we are involved in providing a research component to helping prepare reports. We actually have a grant from the United States Department of Transportation. MARTREC is the Maritime Research and Education Transportation Center. We have a grant from them to actually study the work of Blue Sky and see not only what they're doing on the substance, but also the process of how they have formed, come together, challenges, barriers, successes, and potentially for scalability to other sectors.
Thank you. Sandy Kilroy is the Senior Director for Environment, Sustainability, and Engineering at the Port of Seattle. Tell us about your work.
Thank you. I thought I'd start just a little bit about who we are as the port and why I'm representing the port perspective. So the Port of Seattle operates both an international airport and a container seaport and a large cruise home port. And so we look interesting across the value chain of all the maritime and aviation transport. We're very environmentally focused port. We have strong political will to support the transition to clean fuels. But we also are a landlord port. So as a landlord port, we have some, but limited control over the operations. We're not an operator. We're not a producer, and we're not a consumer. So what are we? You're right. We sit in the middle and by sitting in the middle, we have a unique vantage point to help facilitate this transition. And collaboration, which topic today, is really a key strategy for that. We have a history of collaboration in addition to research and policy. And I wanted to just touch on one that was a foundational for us, which is about 10 years ago, we started international collaboration with British Columbia with the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority, and who is a direct competitor with the Port of Seattle. And I think it's important to note because we made the conscious decision to elevate environment over competition and jointly create a Northwest Ports Clean Air Strategy addressing air quality and climate across all the sectors: ocean-going vessels, harbor vessels, train, truck, cargo handling equipment. And we have a common vision to phase out emissions and a common set of strategies to work collaboratively with all the stakeholders. So that's really set a strong foundation in the Northwest. We also this year announced our Green Corridor, but that was discussed already. And I would just say that Our Green Corridor is focused right now on the cruise business, which is very visible to the community and has different challenges than some of the container businesses. One of the things I noticed with the discussion about collaboration is coming up in pretty much every session, right? We are talking about collaboration, which is key. I would love us to maybe replace the word collaboration with alignment, agreement, and action. Alignment, I think most of us are pretty close to being in alignment, right? Sharing these values, some core values, common direction. We really need to move quickly to agreements, actual contractual agreements to get the work done, and of course to action, which is what we're also talking a lot about today. We do need to figure out how we work together faster and what are the conditions in place to have us move faster. One of the reasons the port is here at COP this year is because we feel like we're really close to having all the building blocks and conditions in place to be a regional hub for clean fuels. And so we're excited to have this conversation. We want to create an environment to make clean fuels successful and really engage in the type of conversation and action to move us forward. So I'm pleased to be here today and look forward to the conversation.
Great, thank you. So let's have a conversation, and I'd like to start that conversation by talking a little bit more about green corridors. It's a concept that we are hearing more and more about in the maritime space. And I like this framework that you've put forward. You know, we've got to align and we've got to get to action eventually, right? And so that's a lot of what these green corridor initiatives are really intended to do. And so, Elisa, you know, we've been all, I think, reflecting a lot on the Clydebank Declaration that was announced at COP26. Over 20 countries are a part of that. The United States was one of the founding partners of that work. And since then, we've seen a number of different initiatives arise. And of course, you are leading two of those very important initiatives, LA to Shanghai and then LA to Singapore. And so it's interesting, those of us who are observing this sort of unfolding movement for green corridors, to see some differences and some similarities among them. And I'd love to get your thoughts on what are some of the similarities that you're seeing in those two initiatives, recognizing that the Singapore announcement is pretty fresh, and you're a little bit further along with Shanghai, certainly. But are there some commonalities you're seeing among those two initiatives? Are there some differences you're seeing in those spaces? And how are some of the similarities helpful for others to learn about as models for other green corridor initiatives that are starting to form and may be contemplating forming in the future?
Great questions, Ingrid. So I'll start with commonalities. So both Los Angeles, Shanghai, and Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Singapore. Long Beach is also part of the Singapore port. They're both port-led corridors. They're both port-led corridors, and they both had very strong support from the city governments. And by strong support, I don't just mean that the cities cheer us on and say this is a great idea. We've had actually a lot of very instrumental support from the City of Los Angeles. Mayor Garcetti's office has been working with us on the implementation plan for Los Angeles, Shanghai, and actually helped us get the corridor off the ground and navigate through some of the geopolitical challenges, working at the city-to-city level. So the support from the city governments on both corridor initiatives has been super helpful, and I think that makes these corridors similar in the respect that they're both port and city-led. Both corridors are key players in trans-Pacific trade, so that also makes them similar from the geographic standpoint. The main difference would be that Los Angeles, Shanghai is a demand-driven corridor, while the Singapore corridor is a supply-driven corridor, meaning that on the LA-Shanghai route, we have a lot of high-volume end-to-end traffic. So the ambition of the carriers and the cargo owners is really important. And so the work of the corridor, the ambition of the corridor really is driven by the carriers. And the ambition of the Singapore corridor is most likely going to be driven by suppliers, where we're going to be looking at fuels, clean fuels, and clean fuel bunkering infrastructure. So what LA Shanghai allows us to do is to have very close collaboration with specific carriers. And that allows us to promote tangible outcomes within the parameters of that corridor. What we think Los Angeles, Long Beach, Singapore corridor is going to allow us to do is to have close collaboration with suppliers and fuel companies and energy companies and bunkering companies. And we'll be able to engage with multiple carriers on multiple routes, which will allow us to build the demand and manage risks. So back to your second question, which of the similarities would be the most useful? I think that the port city-led model for both corridors is a very useful similarity that could be used in other corridors where you're dealing with larger port complexes that have multiple types of cargo. So I think that's been a very helpful driver for us on both corridors.
That's great. So, and I think it's important for those of us thinking about corridors to, remember that these are voluntary efforts, and they will unfold in the way that they need to unfold given the characteristics of those particular geographies. And so these are two great examples of that. But nonetheless, we need leadership, right? And leadership at that port and city level is so tremendously important. So thank you for sharing that. So Andrew, you raised an important point in your opening remarks about how so much of the work that needs to be done to decarbonize this maritime sector actually needs to happen on land. And so we have a tendency to focus on the water challenges in this space because they are real challenges and they're certainly significant. But that actually is a fraction of the total investment necessary to be able to transition this sector to zero-emission fuels and technologies. So I think that's one important point. And because so much of the impact does happen on land, the other element that we always want to keep in mind is that there are communities living around those ports, and people's lives are impacted by those port activities. So considering those two elements, we'd love to hear from you how the administration's recent efforts, and you mentioned some of those legislative achievements, how those on-land investments will contribute to this space, and what do you think remains to be done? And then lastly, can you tell us a little bit about the intersection between maritime decarbonization and a Biden administration initiative called Justice 40 initiatives, where you're working to support disadvantaged communities and ensure that we are addressing the impacts as a top priority?
Yeah, those are really great questions. So starting with the last one first, in the United States, the president, as one of his two flagship executive orders at the outset of the administration, he established a Justice 40 initiative. And in the United States, that means that at least 40% of the benefits going forward that are implemented through the bipartisan infrastructure law and then through another executive order through the Inflation Reduction Act are going guaranteed to disadvantaged communities. So that means overserved communities, that means overburdened communities. The devil's in the details. We need to come up with definitional approaches and metrics, benchmarks for how to define a disadvantaged community, how to establish the metrics for benefits and burdens, because it turns out you can't just provide funding to a disadvantaged community and say that augurs to the benefit of that disadvantaged community. In the 1950s and 1960s, there was a build-out in the United States of our transportation system, and even though there was investment per se that went to this disadvantaged communities, disadvantaged communities were detrimentally impacted as a result. So we need to be really thoughtful about this, just transition from a disadvantaged perspective. And those covered programs are going to be, provided funding for, again, at least 40% of the programs in the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. So NEVI, for example, which is America's National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, that's not just available for, what folks traditionally think of as the interstate system, but that will also be available in the discretionary grants as well for port facilities as well. That is covered as part of our Justice 40 initiative. And Ingrid is absolutely right. You know, the benefits shouldn't just augur to the advantage of the port facility itself, which, you know, in essence is adjacent to these communities. But those communities in and around those ports, we need to make sure that that they're covered as well. So that's what we're intending to do as part of, you know, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the overlay as we implement and execute all of our programs.
Thank you. So David and Leah, you all recently published a report that was conducted, a study conducted by Vanderbilt called Vessel Inventories and Emissions, Pathways and Challenges, which I understand is the second in a series of reports that will be identifying the pathways and approaches that Blue Sky Coalition sees as having a lot of potential for significant greenhouse gas emission reduction in the United States and Canada. I should always add that it's a North America-wide initiative. And so, you know, the focus, I understand, of that report was really on life cycle emissions from, as we say in the maritime space, the well-to-wake perspective, and how can we achieve zero emissions in that sector by 2050 using that metric. And so what I'd love to hear from the two of you, and you could tag team your answer a little bit, is what do you see, based on that work that you've done, as the major potential long-term decarbonization pathways to Paris alignment that are available for different vessel categories in North America? And then if there's anything that you've learned about the accounting for emissions and any challenges that you faced, and whether there's a role for policymakers in addressing that challenge.
Hello? Yep, sorry. So the first question about the report, it's exceedingly complex, as David mentioned, that the vessels in the U.S. and North American maritime sector are incredibly long-lived. So retrofitting and being able to use the existing vessels with new fuels and propulsion systems is absolutely going to have to happen. You can't just wait 20 years and expect brand new ships to completely change out the fleet. So within that, and even within that, that context, there are a huge number of different types of vessels that have very different operational needs and requirements. And so what we did in the report is sort of evaluated each of these categories and then what types of fuels and propulsion systems might potentially be viable, because the answer is really different depending on the needs of the vessels. And I'll just give two examples. One are offshore supply vessels. So offshore supply vessels have a number of different roles and functions, but one of the major ones is simply supplying our offshore platforms, bringing supplies, people, but also responding to emergencies. So while in some cases, you know, we always look for electrification. So in some cases, their operational day might actually allow for pausing to recharge, and that could potentially work. But the reality is those vessels have regulatory obligations of safety that they must be available to have several days worth of power running to serve as emergency evacuation vessels. So they can't just simply leave and come back to their vessel, to their area at any particular time. So for those type of vessels, we see long-term things like ammonia and hydrogen, and LNG is actually already happening now. And then the goal would be essentially to have, you know, a lower and no carbon LNG from biofuels and things like that. But another vessel category I wanted to mention are the fleet boats. So on the inland river, there's a huge number of boats that their only job is essentially to serve as parking lot operators. They move barges into the assemblies of tows, and then the towboat comes along and picks it up. And those fleet boats, their operational parameters are that they stay really close to shore infrastructure. So they actually can recharge. They operate about 12 hours, then they change out their crew, and they don't go very far up and down river. They kind of stay there. So we see those vessels as actually very good categories for electrification right now. And there are some companies after our report that are actually trying to invest in that switchover right now. And I'll let David talk about the importance of standards.
Yes, if I think about the conclusion of that report, there were two main things that came out of that. One is there is no one magic fuel. You're going to need multiple fuels, even for the same type of vessel in different services. The second point was around data. We need to actually measure emissions instead of using calculation approximations of what emissions are. And where some of our members have done that, it's opened up incredible amounts of innovative new ideas to to get to net zero faster. And on the data front, besides that, I fundamentally believe if we're going to live in a world that's net zero emissions for this value chain, it's going to be optimized as a value chain as a whole. It's going to look more like air traffic control managed by the DOT than it's going to be individual companies voyage planning to optimize their vessels, to optimize their operations, or each port just optimizing its. You have to do that, but you have to do that within the construct of making this industry as efficient as possible, because these vessels are moving empty half the time. So data, very transparent data that fits a very large optimization model where you can anonymize it, you can make sure you have good cybersecurity, but you're actually managing everything that's going on the waters through one optimization model. That's going to be critical to getting to net zero.
And I just want to add that emissions inventories right now are extremely difficult to do in a consistent way because we don't really have standards. So part of our report was collecting a number of very reputable sources that did emissions inventories for North America or U.S. Marine sector in particularly. Two of those are EPA. One is the Sources and Sinks document that they use, which is our official U.S. inventory under the Paris Agreement. Another one is EPA does an inventory on hazardous pollutants, which they've just started adding greenhouse gases as of 2017. Well, those two documents aren't consistent in methodology or total emissions. And then there's a number of other consultants groups out there that have also done their own modeling and their own approaches. So there's a number of different approaches. We've heard reports and research studies that have said depending on what method or model you use, your inventory may be 20 to 50% different. And that's huge. So, we have to start somewhere, and this is great that we're all really starting, but the trust needs to be developed in these standards and methodologies.
Thank you for that. Yeah, this sector is much more complex than a lot of Americans and people around the world understand, and finding those tailored solutions that can really, be responsive to the needs of different vessel categories and, of course, to the crew and to all of the individuals that are a part of this sector is going to be really important as well. Sandy, so you referenced earlier, how ports, typically do compete with one another. And that's been one of the challenges, of course, that we faced historically. And it's really heartening to hear about all the different collaboration that's building, between Los Angeles and Long Beach. There's one example that Elisa raised earlier. Seattle has done a lot of collaboration in this space. And we know that Paris-aligned decarbonization is going to require a lot more of that. I'm thinking of some recent examples. The West Coast governors recently signed an agreement to cooperate to promote zero-carbon shipping and decarbonized port operations. You've been coordinating for a long time with Tacoma. You mentioned Vancouver. And now, you have this cruise corridor that goes up, and is a collaboration with Canada as well. And so it's really heartening to see that kind of collaboration unfolding more and more. Of course, it also comes with some challenges, and it also requires private sector actors to really be supportive of that work, because ultimately, as you mentioned, a lot of ports are really landlords, and so you can help be a catalyst and an inspirational leader, but ultimately the private sector really needs to step up and do its part. And so could you offer some specific suggestions for us about how government, how ports, and the private industry can work together better to decarbonize the maritime sector? And if there are any particular opportunities for public-private collaboration that you believe should be leveraged or leveraged more in more places?
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the federal government for passing the Inflation Reduction Act. This is a huge piece of legislation for the United States, and the focus on ports and transportation is really a shot in the arm, for us in terms of our ability to move forward in these type of partnerships, whether it's government to government or public and private. There are so many. We need so many aspects to move forward. We do need mandates at some level for consistency. We do need incentives to reward the right behavior. And then, of course, we have the voluntary actions through other public-private partnerships. And the Green Corridors is one example. we, in a very short time, were able to pull 7 ports, 11 cruise lines, and 3 NGOs together. And those cruise lines are competitors. So we have quite a number of competitors who are willing to come to the table and collaborate and sign joint agreements to do joint research and eventually with the goal of a zero-emission ship. I think the establishment of the governance structure in these agreements is really important. It's a challenge to get everyone to agree, but taking the time up front to ensure you have that agreement, the decision-making authority and clarity, it sets the foundation for it being successful. For us, it's also trust, and you mentioned trust earlier. I think another way, it's a challenge, but also the opportunity is to build those relationships and trust. And I think one of the reasons the cruise lines signed on relatively quickly with us is because 10 years ago, we had a voluntary agreement, memorandum of understanding with them to stop discharging wastewater, which took a lot of effort to achieve, but it has now built this relationship of collaboration. On the, I want to throw in an airport example because it's an interesting strategy and I think it's relevant. So on the airport, it's sustainable aviation fuel. We're in this whole supply-demand, chicken and egg. We, again, have formed, initiated a memorandum of understanding with 16 airlines at the airport, and those airlines have agreed to takeoff agreements. They're actual contractual commitments to purchase sustainable aviation fuel at certain prices. And so what we can do is, kind of as a tactic and strategy with the private sector, is bring forward those innovative approaches. You know, how can we bring them to the table to collaborate? How can we help them close the cost gap as we develop these alternative fuels? And then I guess I want to add one thing that we haven't talked about as much, or I haven't heard at this conference, which is supporting business development. You know, a lot of the future fuel companies are coming from very small startup companies. I mean, there's a few big players out there, but the beautiful thing about some of these solutions are the ability to decentralize and to have them at scale on multiple places. And so I think we need more effort in supporting startup and entrepreneurs. The Port has a few accelerator programs where we both coach, mentor, network, and connect small companies and startups. And I'd love to see that more at scale in a larger way, because I think that's going to help spur the industry and, again, build those relationships and trust between small companies and governments.
Yeah, so much of our ability to solve these difficult problems really do come down to relationships and trust. So, as much as we can be reinforcing that at all levels, whether it's at the highest level and fostering collaboration between the United States and China at the subnational level, which is such a tremendous, gives us all a surge of optimism to, supporting small businesses. It needs to happen all up and down and across in this space.
Can I just add one more thing? I think sometimes you just have to ask, right? I think there's a momentum issue, right? And I don't think we should overcomplicate the concept of partnerships. We need to just ask. And I think if we reach out and ask, it's a high likelihood that these partnerships will form. So it's not hesitating to make the ask in the private sector.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to pause and see if anyone in our in-person audience would like to ask a question. Sure, I see a hand up right over here.
Thank you very much, and thank you. This is a very distinguished panel, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I was just thinking about the science that has been well documented and the time it takes to implement scientific knowledge. Copernicus discovered that we revolve around the sun in the late 1400s. Galileo verified that in the late 1500s, but it was in the 1700s before we actually accepted that as scientific fact. You said ask questions. So my question is, do the people on this panel actually feel like we are going to accomplish and meet the goals of 2030 and 2050? That's my question.
Great question. Yes, who would like to take that one? David.
I don't know that I'll take it, but I'll start it. I think yes, largely because I don't think we need new science. I think we need innovation, which to me is juxtaposed to invention. We just need to take science that works in one area, and it's not just science around fuels. We just need to figure out how to scale them, or it's not just science around the types of interface between industry and government, or there's a lot of things we can innovate, we can do right now today that are going to drive this down. So you're absolutely right. If you wait for new science to come along, there's no way we're going to get anywhere by 2050. But there's a lot of the most scalable science out there is nuclear right now, and you don't have to put nuclear reactors on ships to use nuclear to provide fuel to ships. You can make green hydrogen. You can make syngas. You can formulate whatever you want to as a zero-emission fuel using a power source that is infinitely scalable to some degree. And there's new technologies coming out of that, just as one example. But to me, the biggest thing we have to invent is the mindset to think in terms of systems thinking and get away from this tragedy of the commons. Everybody's trying to solve a different problem out there, and we're never going to get there by 2050 if we don't all start trying to solve the same problem. I'm not talking about having the same goals, but we can't just, even as we work together with competitors and different parts of the sector, each company can't just be solving the ESG and the net zero scope 1, 2, 3 for their own company. You have to take on the industry as one problem to solve.
Yeah, great. Would anyone else like to? Yeah, Sandy.
I think the answer is yes, and it's going to take a lot of work. I always say this is not easy. It's going to happen with incredible persistence, and including community support, right? I mean, this is both a governmental, a public, and a private issue, and I do think that as David mentioned, the technology is there, and I do believe these green corridors are creating a momentum that it will start growing exponentially, because we actually have ship owners and manufacturers on board, really engaging, I think, for the first time and making commitments, and I'm optimistic that this framework of a green corridor will help just push us over the edge to implementation.
I think we definitely can do this. Without a price on carbon, I see being a little bit challenging. We absolutely have the technology. It's really just a matter of money. But with the Infrastructure Reduction Act, Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Increasing Act, and what Europe is doing with potentially having a carbon border adjusting mechanism, I think we're really getting there. So no question we can do it, and I'm optimistic we will.
Any other votes for optimism?
Oh, sure. I'll agree with everything that Sandy and Lee said, and add that I think cross-collaboration is where it becomes really important. We need to learn to speak the same language. There are a lot of great initiatives out there. There are green corridors. There are other shipping decarbonization initiatives out there that are making great progress. We need to start speaking the same language, work on the same standards. And it's going to require communication strategies for each of these individual initiatives to start talking to each other so that this can truly be a global effort.
And just because I don't want to be the only one on here who doesn't add anything else, I would say that we also need clarity of purpose. And just to be clear, the United States position is that we're going to reach net zero emissions by 2050. we're working with the IMO to ensure that there's a revision to the greenhouse gas emissions reduction strategy. By the way, not just for 2050, but for 2040 and 2030 as well. Those standards, I think we were talking about data inventories, they need to be transparent. We need to be looking well to wake, as Ingrid spoke about, so we need to have measurement, and we're going to have some more conversation toward that end. But we will get there, and we can get there.
Great. So I'm actually going to take the moderator's prerogative and just add a few points of optimism that I think are really important. So in addition to the U.S. goal of 0 by 2050 and the policy approaches that have been taken, like the IRA, like working through the IMO to really advance that as a global goal, we've also seen an incredible surge in announcements from green hydrogen producers. I think the IRA is going to have a huge impact on bringing a lot of business opportunity to the United States in this green transition. We also, and green hydrogen, for those who aren't aware, is an important feedstock for many of the fuels that we see as the key pathway to actually getting to zero emissions in this space. Through our work, we know that cargo owners are increasingly interested. Major maritime carriers have been coming out with tremendous announcements about dual fuel vessels, which will be able to then use those hydrogen-derived fuels. Ports, we've heard from 2 of them here leading in North America. Engine manufacturers, I watched a panel earlier today where the #1 manufacturer of marine engines basically said, there's no technology challenge anymore. This is really a matter of human willpower at this point. And so, of course, policymakers, and we're seeing a lot of interest there as well. So I'm absolutely optimistic, and I really thank you for your question. We've got time to take a few more. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Mike Paparian from California. A question maybe for Andrew, maybe for everybody. There's multiple things that are going to be needed. Scalable fuel production locally, bunkering that fuel, having it available in the right place at the right time. Andrew, you mentioned the on-land issues, having the corridors with electrification for the medium and heavy-duty trucks coming out of the ports. It's not just the Department of Transportation. It's multiple agencies doing multiple things, funding multiple stuff. How is that coordination working? Is it working well? Do we need better coordination? Are we going to have the right fuels in the right place at the right time and the right corridors electrified?
I'll go first. So the questioner, just in case folks couldn't hear, was asking about coordination inside the federal government, outside the federal government. So I think it's a question for us all. Just to sort of get back to the original point, we have an enormous opportunity, but also an enormous challenge, as you're hitting on. The enormous opportunity is, for the first time in a generation, we have significant investment across the board for what it is that we're trying to accomplish to decarbonize our transportation system. And I think this point is exactly right about a system of systems. That's how we're thinking about our carbon reduction strategy at the Department of Transportation. What we do in our highway segment influences what we do in our maritime segment. So we touched upon some of the investments within the bipartisan infrastructure law with the Inflation Reduction Act. By the way, one thing that we haven't touched upon is a $3 billion grant program that is going to be administered by the Environmental Protection Agency to provide grants to reduce emissions at port facilities. So you're right. We have pockets of funding at EPA. We have pockets of funding at the Maritime Administration, at FTA, at the Federal Highway Administration, really across the federal enterprise. And so we're going to need to coordinate to ensure that those investments are talking to each other, so that we're funding land-based infrastructure investment in a meaningful way, so that we're looking at all of the investments that are needed to decarbonize the transportation system.
Yeah.
Can I also just add one more thing? It's not just the federal government that needs to lead, and I think that's what you'll hear. A lot of the innovation is happening, at the city level. We just met with our friends at the Port of Seattle. I mean, what they're doing is extraordinary, but the Port of Seattle is not alone. They have a point of emphasis that is a really powerful point of emphasis, but they're not alone. You know, we've met with the Norwegian government. They're electrifying their port. We've met with Exfolgan in Argentina. They're switching a lot of their rubber-tired gantry cranes to become hybrid electric. We're meeting with governments across the world who are first movers. So the good news here is there is an opportunity in every segment, including the maritime segment, which is a difficult to decarbonize sector, but there is ample opportunity to learn from the first movers and operate accordingly.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, especially that last part. I don't think anybody can wait for anybody else to lead this. This is not going to be led by governments. It's not going to be led by the IMO or Department of Transportation, Department of Energy. A lot of this has to be led by industry with support, but when you talk about the word collaboration or coalition, by definition, everybody has to step up in an equal part and do things that have gone sequentially before to happen simultaneously. And there's a lot of that starting to happen, but there's a lot more that needs to. One example is a green corridor that we announced that we're pulling together a convening of Great Lakes people, which is the governments of U.S. and Canada, as well as the NGOs and the shipping operators and the ports and terminal operators in both countries. Because we still, so many years on, haven't even agreed to ballast water treatment regulations. So every single vessel has to stop in ports from both countries and just can't do it without waivers every single time they move there. And it's not that we need binational policy, but we need compatibility. We need interoperability between the two countries, as one example. But even within the U.S. government, there's a lot of work that has to happen. But again, industry sees this. Industry sees the roadblocks. So it's by sitting down and by collaborating and keeping that systems thinking that we're going to solve this.
Great. I think there was another question here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. This was a really amazing panel. I wanted to ask about the cybersecurity piece because I forgot who had mentioned it, but I'm actually studying tech policy in grad school and trying to connect it to environment, and that was actually the first time in this entire COP. I've been here for 2 weeks and I've heard cybersecurity, and that really terrifies me because I think it's really important. So my question is, how do each of you think about cybersecurity in terms of the supply chain, making sure that when we transition into more renewable energy, that energy is also secure? Thank you.
I'm happy to start. Again, that's a theme. Cybersecurity is absolutely critical. The maritime industry, the most important technology is going to be digital. As we get to optimization routines, as we think about how to solve problems, as vessels become autonomous, as you need digital twins of every waterway and every port and everything, as vessels are operated primarily from shore, so to speak. I mean, if you think about what 2050 is going to look like, which is how you have to start every transition, is thinking about what the future looks like. Cybersecurity is a baseline. You also need standards. You need, in order for cybersecurity to work as well, and in order for these optimization models to proceed. So we're involved, besides supporting the North Pacific Green Shipping Corridor, we're supporting one in the Gulf of Mexico and the Mississippi River that we're helping to convene. And one of the starting points, different than internationally what green shipping corridors are doing, they're focusing on new fuels and ships that run on new types of zero-emission fuels. We're focusing on the foundational things, and a digital standard platform that is cyber secure is one of the initial platforms that we're going to start building, because it's going to take a decade or so in order to create that, fill it out, and make it usable so that you can get to a world by 2050 that you do have this. But cybersecurity and digital technologies, when we're reaching out to communities and workforce development plans, we're trying to talk with K through 8 schools and high schools, because those are the people that are going to be running shipping in 2050, and digital technology is going to be at the very forefront of that, including security.
All right, I think we have one more question, and we've got time for one short question and a short answer.
Okay, hello, and thank you very much for this excellent panel. My name is Urs Ruth. I'm from Bosch, and I walked in late, and so I may have missed it in the first part, but I heard you speak a lot about new fuels, about clean fuels, hydrogen, ammonia, electrification. Do you see any role for CCS on ships, for carbon capture on ships, to retrofit possibly the existing fleet, or is that rather a crazy idea?
Short answer is yes.
It's a crazy idea, or you see opportunity?
Absolutely see opportunity.
Okay, great. Anyone else want a short answer to that?
Yeah, we actually addressed that in our recent report because it's viable, it's a possibility, and most of the Paris Agreement recognizes it's probably going to be necessary to meet our Paris Agreement goals. So CCS on ships right now is not, it's not like in the pipeline, but I do see it as a possibility.
Great. So look at that. We've come across the finish line right on time. Thank you so much to our audience. Thank you to our online audience. Thank you to our in-person audience for your good questions. To our panelists, really, really appreciate your time and your thoughtful comments. To the U.S. Center, to Andrew Moffett and his team for their excellent work in organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel and our audience. Come back tomorrow. We have one last fun day here at the U.S. Center. Jam-packed day. Thank you all. Good night.